Asado ma Satgamaya Tamaso ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Amritam Gamaya Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai Om Shanti 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 Om Om Namaskaram everyone. Drishyate anena iti drishyana. Darshana means to experience that we have never ever experienced before. That anubhuti, that experience, I can only tell this as my darshana, that this is very unique, not only for this world, but for me also. Drishyate anena iti darshanam. So that very unique experience that I am having for the first time, and experience of what? Darshana, observation of what? Who is observing? Who is watching? Who is experiencing? And this entire art of observation, and this observation is not being interrupted with my old memory, my smruti vritti. My perception is also not prejudiced by my own belief system. I am seeing with my naked eye without any prejudice, without any interruption. That is called as darshanam. So if I'm sitting on a hill and watching this sunrise, but this sunrise is very, very unique experience for me, only and only if I'm not putting that my belief system that how this sunrise should be. If it's just a very general experience that day to day I'm just having, then it will not become my darshana. That uniqueness, newness, because life is happening every time with freshness. So if you are going to experience this freshness, and also you can able to explain this experience with observer, what is being observed and what is art of observation. And if you can explain this to this world, you can able to guide other people to have this experience, then that even very simple moment of that experience become your darshana, because that is very unique. I can see that sunrise, and when the first rays of that sun is slowly moving on these directions, and this is its colors, and this is its velocities, and these are fundamental elements that I can able to experience. So from very microcosmic level experience to all universal experience, if you can able to see, realized, that is darshana. And this realizations happening all the time, and many rishis and many monks and many spiritual seeker has experienced this truth, this one truth, but from different angles. So that one truth revealed to all the people by their own unique experience becoming their darshana. So that darshana, that enlightening experience of self, enlightening experience of this whole universe, how this universe is functioning, their laws, their fundamental laws, their specialized laws, everything is been discussed in Darshana Shastras. So let's begin our fascinating journey of Darshana Shastras. Whatever we have learned in Vedas and Upanishads, that is fine. They have realized, and this is root of all the knowledge. But someone from human side, because Vedas are apaurushya, it's been always there. That realization is always there. If someone is walking on that directions, so there are many fascinating players and spiritual experts realize this Vedic truth, that is called as a darshana. If they are giving that proof that okay, the same realizations I am having and is also explained in Vedas, they call as a astika darshana. If someone is saying, I don't want to go to this Ved or book or other things that you are talking about, I will have my own experience. I have my physical body, I have this mental body. I don't need even that sattvic belief system, that truth will be something like that. Otherwise, again, my mental condition is going to change. So it's sometimes even more better to not know what you are going to realize. If someone is going to tell you each and every detail, if you are going on this particular restaurants, this type of foods are going to serve, this type of people will be there, this type of amenities, and each and every minute detail. So when you are going there physically, the same, that all teaching someone has told all this detailed informations, that experience, newly freshly experience, is not going to be there. You will not have, you will not enjoy even that food. Oh, I know everything, I know this type of food and how that food is going to be taste, that also I know. I'm reciting that prayers, this truth, aham purnam and aham satyam, and this all the time, that even that truth is going to become as a direct experience. You are going to misunderstood as a smruti vritti. So this type of people said, I don't want to heard anything about truth. We want to experience with our naked eyes, first hand experience. And this type of people also realize the same truth that is mentioned in Vedas. Is called Nastika Darshana. So both type of experience is called as a Darshana, Astika Darshana, Orthodox Darshana, and Unorthodox Darshana. So in this field of Darshana, there are 6 Orthodox Darshana we are going to see, and there are 3 unorthodox Darshana, Nastik Darshana, we are going to discuss. In this 6 Darshana also we have some pair. Sankhya and Yoga Darshana. We have Nyaya and Vaisheshik Darshana. And third pair we have Mimansha. Purva and Uttara. This Uttar Mimansha, that also called as a Vedanta, that Brahma Sutra that we already learned when we are looking into Prasthanatrayi, the same Uttar Mimansha is also part of our Darshana Shastras. And in Nastika Darshana, we have 3, this pioneer, this visionary who started their journey without taking any dependency on Vedanta. So Sankhya and Yoga both go parallel, Nyaya Vaisheshik and Uttar and Purva Mimansha. Now when I'm saying Darshana, Darshana of what? So in this side, observer, they have started their journey of seeing some truth that is going to be happen to experience. So that experiencer they call as a observer. And when they are looking into this truth of observations, they call as a Gneya, and this is as a Jnata. These are meditator, and this is what they are meditating, and this is their process. This is their process. Observation. Observations, process. Also, they are using some tools and techniques, that how they are going to reach in this final destination, that is nirvana, moksha, enlightenment, samadhi, atma. You just name it. All these different name, but it's mean the same thing. That is dukha nivrutti. You are out of your misery, or that will be your chittasya vritti nirodha, or that will be nirvij samadhi, or that will be atmajnana, or that will be moksha, that will be self realization, that will be nirvana. All they are giving this name differently for same truth. And as an observer also, they have different name is given, that okay, this is sadhaka, or this is a panchakosha, this or this is called as a jiva, or someone is say atma, the jiva atma. So this observer also, when they are observing, they are also giving this different name. And this part of observation, they are using these tools and technology, is called as a pramana, some evidence. Said, okay, I have realized this. So how you are realizing, how you are seeing that, where, which benchmark you have reached when you are starting your journey for this end of this mountain, Mount Everest. So what are your base camp? How you know? So this techniques of pramanas, that truth, they are using different tools. There will be some direct perception, pratyaksha, anumana. If there will be no direct experience, they will use some anumana, that okay, if there is a fire, and if I cannot see that fire, but there are some smokes I can able to observe or experience, that even though I don't know what that actual realizations is, what is truth is, because no one knows. Even Shruti, Upanishad also, they are not giving that a final conclusion of this final realization is all about. So they will say, okay, we will do this anumana, that if my thought process is becoming quieter and quieter, I become more peaceful and peaceful and peaceful, and there are all other conditions is going to be make I can able to say that okay, I am near to this truth. If I'm moving on this direction on Mount Everest, if I going nearby, I should feel that coldness, that more and more cold is coming, that this fragrance of this divine Himalayan is going to become. I feel joyous inside. So how I can able to that explain that? Because that is not mean of this sense organ. So it's beyond this sense organ. Intuitively, I know. I can say, okay, intuitively, I know that I am going near to my destinations, and these are my anumanas. There are some other upamanas and all other different techniques also we are going to explain in these darshanas. And this same truth, the fundamental truth of nature, what this universe is, what is this Agni is. So someone says all means by these matters. Okay, so what are these matters? What are these fundamental matters? So someone said, oh, there are only 25 matters are there. Someone is also going there and said, okay, there are 24 matters. Someone is going to say, okay, there are 16 matters. There are six. There are some matters plus some energy dimensions. So when they are realizing this truth as a Gnaya, they also realize differently because this different observer, they have their own judgment, but all are saying same truth. So because they are giving this pramanas, they are giving this evidence, and they have this process by this pratyakshanumana, upamanas, and all other different processes. They are also not only explaining this the process of same truth, how this universe and how this jiva is going to be move in these different directions. What are all the different types of truth? All the different types of truth. They are going to tell us that, okay, there is some karma. These jivas are going to move from one life to another. There are some Atma is also there. There is some Paramatma is also there. There is Purusha is there. There is Prakriti is also there. And there will be some other laws are also working. So it's like a scientific discoveries these scientists, spiritual scientists are doing, and they are going to find something. So they are going to give that all explanations of their finding, what they have find by their journey when they are reach on top of this Mount Everest, whatever they are finding. Oh, their bhumi tattva, their air element is like this, their temperature is like this, there are this buildings are there, this type of vegetations are happening, and all that observations and evidence when someone is going to moon or some uh, other some planet and then going to find, then they are going to give that evidence that, okay, this the fundamental elements, these are some traces of water, and these are some traces of this element. So they are going to give whatever that truth, whatever that darshana is happening to them. So all explanations of darshanas and also theories behind this truth, and the enumeration, how that starting point of the truth is from one element is become two, and two to five, and five to 10, and all that explanation, enumerations, and dissolution, sarga, pratisarga, visarga, all theories and explanations they need to give in order to complete this darshan. Otherwise, that darshana will be not complete. So these all darshanas are complete darshanas. That is what we are going to see. So let me close and let's start our journey. So in session 9, what we have learned so far is fundamentals of Darshan Shastras. Drashyate anena iti darshanam. So these tools and media or some instrument from which the truth can be perceived. So these tools and technology and all processes, all informations, all knowledge, what, where, when, why, how, all answers, if someone is giving completely for realizations of how this universe function, realizations of how this self is functioning. That is called as a darshana, darshan of not material possessions. See, still we are in a spiritual realm. So spiritual perspective, scientific perspective, drashyate anena iti darshanam. That ultimate truth they are talking about. So etymology, there are two definitions, two vyutpatti we can able to see on Yaskacharya's Drashyate Anena iti darshanam. Drashyayati Srushti Swarupam iti darshanam. See, Srushti Swarupya, what and how that universe is functioning. So that universe, we are also part of this universe. We are part of this sansara. So all this Srushti, that all that experience we are having, their actual swarupa. If someone said, okay, this is matter, then give me particular definitions of this swarupa. What are these functionalities and what are fundamental elements in this matter? Then we have this physics, physical science that said, okay, there are 112 fundamental elements, and each and every element, these, their properties. And this is this how they are going to functions with another particles. So all these fundamental particle theories, same. This is also spiritual physics. Drashyayati srushti swarupam. So drish, to experience, to see, to observe, plus lyut pratyay. Ana is become darsha, plus ana is darshanam. Category of Darshana. Darshana are the part of Indian philosophy, evaluated along with creation and developed during the period of Upanishads. So it's more old, same like Ayurvedic and other Upavedas. Indian philosophy serves as a guide of life, and it aims at the knowledge of truth about creations, and it is termed as the vision of truth. So someone is saying, what is darshana? You can also explain as a vision of truth that is going to give us vision. I cannot see what is fundamental particle of this matter, but someone is giving me microscopic telescope. I cannot see that far, far away. These are galaxies and these are some other planets and other things. But if someone is giving me vision, someone is giving me tools and technology, through that I can able to see that, I can able to observe that. So this darshana are doing the same thing for us. And this darshana gives the yathartha jnana or the satya jnana, by which person can also get rid of their own misery. So this is not just a mere observations of object. This is observation of self itself, that who you are. So it's not observing outside. This is observing inside who you are. Okay, let's observe this physical body and then go deeper and deeper. Oh, this physical body, it's this anna is all made of anna, food element. Okay, how that food elements are made out of. Let's go deeper. Oh, that's all energy, prana sharira. How that energy created, oh, because of sankalpa and intensha, manomaya kosha. How that sankalpa is coming from. So that seed of sankalpa intention coming from that intellect. How that intellect is coming? Oh, intellect is there because there is I-ness, the separateness of I and I, this ahankara, ego self. Oh, that is ego self. Let's go beyond that ego self. What is there? What is there? So that way we are observing deeper and deeper and deeper, and we will have realized that truth, that I am Brahman. I am Atma. My true realizations. These are just external things. I'm not saying that I am this home. I am not saying I am this car. I am not saying I am this tree. Why I am not saying? Because that is different than me. We are not attached with that. But we are in middle, something we are not attached and something we are attached, because that is very nearer to us. Whatever become nearer, we are becoming attached. Oh, this is me. This body is me. This energy is me, because from the beginning of this life, this is always with me. So that is also me. So that wrong belief system, we need to break and find that yathartha jnana. That is what Darshana is going to teach us. Many philosophies are there. Astika Darshanas, Sankhya and Yoga, Nyaya and Vaisheshika, Mimansha. In Sankhya, we need to remember who created and give the guidelines of Sankhya philosophy. Their pioneer is Kapila Muni. He don't accept this element of Ishvara. He have this logical sense of observing is primary. He accept Veda as a secondary pramana. Sankhya is from Patanjali, and he also accept Vedas and also accept Ishwaras. Nyaya, Gautama Muni, logic is their primary mean. Vaisheshika from Kannada, Kannad Rishi, logic is primary. Purva Mimansha by Jaimini and Uttar Mimansha by Vyasacharya, Badrayananji. And this Nastika Darshana don't accept Vedas as pramanas. Charvak, Jainism and Buddhism. So this Astika Darshana believes in authorities of Veda. Also, there are two categories based on very fundamentals of all Vedas, Karma Kanda, Upasana Kanda and Jnana Kanda. So these are our Mimansha Darshana. This other, they went little bit outside of Vedic ground. So they are only accepting as only Jnana Kanda, but Karma Kandas and Upasana Kanda, all the rituals, they said, no, we don't want to perform. So they have their, even though they believe part of Vedas, that okay, Vedas, out of Vedas, there is a Vedanta, this ultimate realizations, Jnana Kanda, knowledge, we are going to accept that Brahman is there, Atman is there. But we are not going to accept everything. We will also go ahead and see by ourselves. So we want to listen you for something. Just give me some brief idea how that restaurant is going to look like, how that Mount Everest journey will be. So I'm going to ask your experience if you already went there, but don't give me very much detail and detail and detail. So there, because if you are giving me so much detail, I'm going to miss that Yathartha Darshana. So that is why they said, okay, fundamental, I know, bird eye view. So, okay, there are some atmas and some jivas and there is some universe and there are laws of karmas and other things. I believe, okay, this is things will be there, but I'm going to experience by myself. And Nastika Darshan say, oh, don't tell me, not a single thing. I'm going to watch, experience by my own naked eyes. So it will be Buddha, Jaina, Charvaka, and other Ajivikas. Let's focus on concept of darshana, that all darshanas are focusing on some fundamental principles, their realizations. First will be, there are some pramanas, there are some evidence, there are some techniques, how you are experiencing, how you are doing this darshana. Oh, I am doing this darshana with me, this my physical body, I have this sense organ. So through this, these are my instrument to see and realize this darshana of Atma. Some said, oh, this pramana is, pratyaksha pramana is not only required things. I'm also using this Anumana Pramanas. I'm going to use Upamana Pramana. I'm going to use some Shabda Pramanas, the testimonies of Vedas. Oh, Veda also told the same thing, so I'm going to believe that also. So Shabda Pramana is also there. Verbal testimony, I'm also going to accept. So through that, because we know this Atman, that is beyond our sense organ. So how you can able to realize where these all tools, these physical tools are not going to get there. I cannot use my vehicle and car and I said, okay, I'm using this car to reach to Mount Everest. No, we cannot. But okay, from my home to that base camp, I can go. So from my home, I'm to that particular destination, I'm using my car, and from that, I'm going to use some public transport, and from that, I'm going to use some human support, and from that, so the different tools on this different conditions I'm going to utilize. That's called as pramanas. Purpose of your journey, why you are going there, why you want to go to Mount Everest, why you want to see that restaurant and eat that food, what is your purpose? So everyone has their own purpose, because see, this life is misery. Sarvam dukkham. I don't like this life all the day from morning to evening, same thing, this repeated task. I'm just bored this doing this repeated task. I want to do some exciting jobs. I want some challenging jobs. Or if this is the only life, all the time I have this misery, I want to find out if there is another life also. I can go beyond this circle of life and death. Liberations, come out of bondage. I am not finding my ultimate potential. I want to find my true potential. That is why I am moving to this darshana, moving to this journey of realizations. So every darshanik, every these observers, they have their own means, on their purpose to start their journey. Someone want to find real nature of individual. Someone just want to experience how that purest form of nature is. Because all the time I'm in this city areas, I want to go deeper in forest, deeper in Mount Everest, deeper in this oceans, and find out what that nature is all about. I want to live as a natural way. So they have that purpose. They want some freedom. They want this, give some visions, and someone wants to just try to understand what that manuals, these divine manuals of Vedas. I want to know that if these Vedas are telling truth or not, because I'm only listening the stories of Vedas and Upanishads, that this Kaivalya Upanishads and Katho Upanishads, and this Nachiketa is enlightened, and this Shvetaketu is enlightened, and these people are also get some truth about. I also want to go there. So by seeing the stories of Vedas and Upanishads, I also want to experience that same thing. So all means of this purpose. Let's move to Astika Darshana. 6 Darshana Shastras based on Vedas are called as Astika Darshana, which are Sankhya and Yoga, Nyaya and Vaisheshika, Purva and Uttara Mimansha. So 6 schools are divided in 3 groups. They are always going parallel. They complement each other. Whatever is missing in one darshana, you can find in another darshana. So this both people, both darshanas One is very particular on theoretical perspective and giving all that means of what is there, what is there, what is there, and another is said how you can go there, how you can experience that truth. So when Vaisheshika already went there and find out this is the 16 padartha, there are 6 padartha are there, this is how universe operates. So Nyaya said, okay, I'm going to accept whatever you have find out. So all that philosophies of Vaisheshika, Nyaya said, okay, I'm going to accept. And I will focus on something else, that how you can able to realize. In the same way, when this Patanjali is going to experience this same truth, okay, whatever is given in Sankhya, I am going to accept. And something, if I'm not going to accept, I said, no, I don't accept. Or something, if I want to add, I will complement that. Said, okay, Sankhya say there is a Ishvara. There will be some final Ishwar Tattva will be there always whenever you go on a Mount Everest. Yoga said, no, I haven't seen any. Sankhya say there will be no Ishvara. And Yoga said, okay, when I went there, I can see this Ishvara Tattva there. Someone is meditating on Mount Kailasa. So they, one or two things, if they are adding something or they are not believing on that, they will also mention. Otherwise, everything they said, go there and find this Sankhya. This is my second eyes. So both eyes are there, left and right. Nyaya Vaisheshika. So by having this both eyes, you can have perfect vision. So same yoga and the Sankhya and the Purva and Uttar Mimansha both are like very traditional authentic source they are getting from Vedas and as a Shruti Pramanas. So Vaisheshika is a supplement of Nyaya, Yoga is a supplement of Sankhyas, and Vedanta is amplifications and fulfillment of Sankhya and Uttar Mimansha. So these are 6 schools and are divided in 3 groups under Astika Darshana. Shad Darshana, the terms is used as a Shad Darshana. What is this Shad? Shad is 6 in Sanskritam. Ekam, Dve, Trini, Chatvari, Pancha, Shad. So this Shad is for number called 6. So among these hundreds of Hindu darshanas known through histories are, you can divide in 6 very classical philosophical systems are called as a Shad Darshanas. So this is my Shad Darshanas. All the 6 different perspectives, they are trying to understand the same truth, same truth. Yoga will start practicing some asanas and meditations and going to realize that someone is just praying these gods in Mimansha darshanas and they also reach to same God. And this Vedanta also, they will use their own tools and technologies of Mahavakyas. Vaisheshika said, okay, everything is just atoms and matters. Let's find and go through that path. Sankhya is going to use that there are 2 people, Purusha and Prakriti. Let's utilize that. And the Nyaya, they are going to see this evidence base and the logical way to reach to the same destination. So all darshanas focusing and trying to achieve same destination, only their way is different. So Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Mimansha, and Vedanta. Sankhya is from Kapila Muni, Yoga from Patanjali, Nyaya Gautama, Vaisheshika Kanad, Mimansha is Jaimini, and Vedanta is Badrayanji. When we will go more deeper, we will do these summaries, what they are talk about this self. So there are 2 main things, that this Gneya Tattva, what they want to achieve, that everyone want to achieve as Atma. So what Atma they achieved or realized, the final destination of that self or final destinations of realizations. Everyone have their own theories. So we are going to learn each and every theories from 6 darshanas of Atma, liberations, and actual how that universe function. That is all called as a Gneya, Prama. These are all called as a Prama. Valid means of knowing, Pramanas. So Pramanas are part of observation. These tools and technology, what type of evidence, means of knowledge they are utilizing to see that self, Prama. And there are some unique contributions. There are some uniqueness. If there will be no uniqueness in darshanas, all darshanas are same. Why then there is a 6 different darshana? Because there are some uniqueness. Everyone have their own unique part in the 6th darshana. So that also we need to mention. So only 3 things we need to put in place to give total explanation of all darshanas, either Astik Darshana or Nastik Darshana. Let's start our journey with Sankhya Darshana. Sankhya is one of the most prominent and one of the oldest Shad Darshana. So when you are going in history of this Darshana, Sankhya is come on topmost. It's one of the oldest and fundamental. So all these Darshana, they already accepted many principles from Sankhya's. Said, okay, we already believe that there are 24 particles are there, and this is how that self is there. There are many things they already grab from Sankhya Darshanas, and it is from a great Muni sage Kapilas. Sankhya means perfect knowledge. So Sankhya will have 2 meanings. One is Sankhya is numbers, and another is Khyati, that will be perfect knowledge. Sankhya don't endorse this term faculty of Ishvara. And Sankhya Sutra is primary work of Kapila. Later Sankhya Karika become very popular. Ishwar Krishna Sankhya Karika, 72 sutras are there. So it's very compact version of same Sankhya Sutra, Sankhya Darshana. Sankhya is dualistic. So all this reality, they are going to divide. So there is not one reality. There are 2 different parallel realities there. Said one reality, that is Purusha, and another will be Prakriti. Founder is Kapila Muni. So Sankhya represented dualistic conceptions of Purusha, that will be soul, Atma, self, and Prakriti, that will be nature, that founded by Kapila Muni. Purpose of life is freedom by understanding the difference between Purusha and Prakriti. If you have this Viveka and discriminations between Purusha and Prakriti, you are going to be enlightened. So what and how I can become enlightened? Just discriminate. Find out what is matter and what is non-matter. What is Prakriti, that is always changeable in nature, and give me perfect examples and explanation how that Prakriti is performing, what are their characteristics, what are their guna, what are their dravyas, fundamental elements, how they start their journey from enumeration from 1 to many, and how the dissolutions is everything. If you are going to understand, so your parties who are on Prakriti, and then find that Purusha, that is non-changeable, absolute. So these 2 means of Gneya we have in Sankhya. We need to understand fundamentals of Prakriti and Purusha. And if I know that, again, same, why we want to, every darshanas are part of Jnana Yoga. So if you know that, you will go to realize, because every darshana is in the fundamental of jnana yoga is avidya nasha. You need to destroy your ignorance. You are not knowing what this reality is all about. That is why you are suffering. So purpose or why you are suffering only because ignorance. So all these peoples are giving you light, giving you knowledge, giving you wisdom. If you become wise, if you realize this truth, then you are going to enlighten. So what truth I need to find? Then they said, okay, you need to learn. If you know Purusha, if you know Prakriti, your job is done. So this is target. Sankhya is derived from Sanskrit noun Sankhya. Sankhya is number. So based on the verbal root, Khya with the proverb together. So that denotes the system of enumerations or taking into account. Some here. Sum means all numbers, balance, equal equations, harmonious, and the knowledge and understanding of all these numbers. So this Kapila is very great spiritual seeker and a spiritual expert. At the same moment, he is also very good mathematicians also. So he is always playing with these numbers, that everything is just mathematics, everything is just numbers. So he found this theory that God is an integer. If you are going to read this book of Stephen Hawking, it's giving this guideline that God is integer. God is just a binary. It's either 0 or 1, 0 and 1. All this binary system, all these computer systems is having that there are only fundamental two elements, either 0 or 1, either Purusha or Prakriti. That numbers 1 can be multiplied. 1 can become 2, 2 become 5, 5 become 25, and again that sequence have the same multitude. And from 25 again that 5 and 5 to 2 and again 1. 0 is always 0. Purusha is always Purusha. Prakriti will have 1 and have many faces. But it can only expand this 25. So this Prasuti Dharma, there are some element who can able to multiply or expand themselves. Some are not able to expand themselves. They don't have this faculty. So everything is explained here so well in Sankhya Darshanas. Everything is just numbers. So two definitions of etymology. One, Sankhya means numbers, and another is Khyati. Khya is knowledge, knowledge of same truth. Both are called as Sankhya Darshana. Updeshtha, Maharshi Kapila. Vartika is Vijnana Bhishyoka. It's giving some more detailed explanations of what Sankhya Darshana. Bhashya is Gaudapada. Number of chapters and shloka, there are 6 chapters and total 527 sutras as a Sankhya Sutras. They call as a Satkaryavad and Parinamavad. These two unique contributions of Sankhya Darshana. Pramanas, Pratyaksha Anuman and Shabda Pramanas. 3 means of knowledge Sankhya is accepting. So Sankhya means knowledge and Sankhya means numbers. 6 chapter, 527 sutras. Vigyan Bhikshu Vartika, critical views and notes. And Gaudapada is Bhashya, commentator of Sankhya Darshana, fundamentals in initial stage. Let's focus on these Siddhantas or very core concept of Sankhya's. One and ultimate goal of Sankhya is freedom from pain and suffering. So in the first Sankhya Karika, in the first chapter, in the first sutra, They are explaining this ultimate goal of realizations that we need to come out of these three types of suffering: Adhyatmic dukkha, Adhi bhautika, and Adhi daivika dukkha. Physical, genetical doshas and externals dukkhas, and some gods and seasonal variable. All three different types called as a dukkha traya. So according to Sankhya Darshana, a person get moksha when he devoids of coming out of these three types of dukkha traya. Second concept is Dvaitavada, that in Sankhya, this nature is in dualistic, Purusha and Prakriti. There are two categories, one that will be Purusha and the second it will be Prakriti. So Sankhya system classified all object into two categories, Purusha and Prakriti. This is nature of duality. Purusha is supreme self. Purusha is pure consciousness. Purusha is always inactive and unchanging. That is only passive witness. Purusha can be multiple. When we will go more deeper, this Purusha can be multiple. Prakriti is pure objectivity, phenomenal reality. It's non-conscious, jada. One Mula Prakriti that will be in equilibrium state. Classifications of 25 tattvas, enumerations, how that life started, how this universe started. So this Sankhya chart of 25 elements, this because of Purusha consciousness, this Mula Prakriti, both are there all the times. So Purusha, Prakriti, and this Mahata. Because of this Mahata, these transformations is happening, that we will have this Ahankara element started to manifest. And this Ahankara has three states, Sattva, Raja, and Tamasa. So in this Sattva, Rajasa, mind and these organs are manifested, and this Tamasa, this Panch Mahabhuta and Tanmatra. So if you are going to add these numbers, because see, Sankhya is more on a Sankhya number. So they said, okay, I'm very particular on numbers. Give me total numbers. How many elements on this universe? So say 25, 5, 5, 5, 5. So these are 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and Purusha 25. Then they said, okay, let's start this journey of this Mula Prakriti. Mula Prakriti is in balance state of three guna, Sattva, Raja, and Tama. So let's explain each and every element in details. So what is Sattva Guna, what is Raja Guna, and what is Tamasa Guna? So that's we are going to learn. So Gunatraya, three gunas, two principles of Sankhya philosophies, Purusha and Prakriti. Purusha is conscious, intelligent, and inactive. Prakriti is unconscious, jada, non-intelligence, but active. Interdependency of Purusha and Prakriti is there. Activity of Prakriti is influenced by the intelligence of Purusha. So when we are seeing in this graph, this Mahata, this intelligence, that's the main mean. Because of this Mahata, because of this intention, this Purushas and Prakriti combining and all manifestation is happening. If there will be only Purusha and there will be only Prakriti, Prakriti is always Jad. They cannot have any intelligence. It cannot have any sankalpa that, okay, I want to be multiply. I want to expand myself. I want to do that. I want to do that. So no, there will be no intention because there will be no intelligence. Purusha have intelligence, but because they are so much in dispassions, in vairagya bhava, even though they have capability, but they will be always inactive. They say, no, I don't want to become active. I will be always inactive. But because of Prakriti, that influence, that Purusha is becoming active, means they have some sankalpa, I want to be active. And because of that, Purusha, Prakriti, and Mahata, this all manifestation is happening. If a single father is there, a single Purusha is there, a single Stri is there, because of this influence, that is this all this creative force, that okay, this expansion should be there, that okay, if only men's are there, they said, oh, I don't want to start family, I don't want to have house, I don't want to that, and they said, okay, we are living in jungle and we are enjoying, they don't want to do anything, why should do work and why should I do that, I will enjoying myself. So they said, I will be sitting idle. So it's a Shiva and Parvati and all other Puranic philosophy. When we are going to see this, all explanations of Sankhya, how that Sankhya's manifestations are there. So interdependency of Purusha and Prakriti, we need to understand. Activity of Prakriti influenced by the intelligence of Purusha, and cooperation between P and P, Purusha and Prakriti, that is necessary for evolutions. What are gunas? So constituent elements of Prakriti, that is Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, are called as gunas. That which bind soul to this world. If you have this guna, then and then this soul, this jiva is going to bound. So these are three different glues that is going to be attached this jiva to Prakriti. If there will be no glue, you are always free. So these are main cause of suffering, three gunas. Imperceptible, only known from their effect. I cannot directly perceive what is black hole. I cannot see because that is nothing. But I can have some glimpse, and by their after effect, if someone is doing lots of activities all the time, I can say, oh, there are more rajas are there. Someone is just sleeping all the time, then it's there are lots of tamas are there. Someone is meditating, doing lots of great activities, oh, there are lots of sattvas are there. So by their effect, we can able to judge. Gunas are always together, can never be separated. Again, see, sattva, raja, and tama, they are also interdependent. Oh, I am sattvic. Oh, but if you are sattvic, you cannot sleep. You required tamasa to sleep. Oh, I am very sattvic and I'm sitting idle. No, that Rajasa, you are this activity that you are doing asanas, you are doing pranaya, you are doing meditations. How you can able to do if you are just a sattvic? Rajasa is always there. You can make that in equilibrium state or perfect balance state, that okay, I have more sattva guna, that you can able to say I can 60% 70% sattva and 15% rajasas and tamasa. But no one can just say okay, I'm 100% sattvic. No one can become 100% sattvic. No one can become 100% rajasic. No one can become 100% tamasic. All gunas are always bound by each other and they are transforming. Today, the same sattva guna, at the next moment, the same guna can become rajasa. You never knows. And that same rajasa is going to become tamasas. So to be enlightened, we need to go gunatrayatitaha. We need to go beyond these natures of guna. We need to be get rid of all these three types of clues. And what is goal? outgrow the inferior gunas, ascend to the superior gunas, and then transcend. So from tamasa, slowly rajasa, rajasa to sattva, and sattva to beyond these gunas. So this is called as a gunatrayatitaha, sattva, raja, and tama. Sattva is very positive, pure. Rajasa is controlling, mixed, selfish desire, more human. Tamasa is negative, impure, pain is there. Theory of knowledge. See again, how I can able to reach to that final destination. What are these tools and technology? What are processes? What are these means of knowledge? So Sankhya said, okay, there are two means of knowledge we are allowing. That will be pratyaksha, perception, whatever you are going to perceive with your sense organ, we are going to accept. Inferences, after this perception, you can do these inference theories, anumana, and later you can also accept verbal testimonies. There are many pramanas when we will go into deeper in a Darshana Shastras. Pramana is valid means of knowledge. There are basic 6 type of pramanas. Means root word is called prama, to know, that the tools that are available to give some knowledge. Pratyaksha, anumana, upamana, shabda, anaupalabdhi, arthapatti. So there are 6 different types of pramanas. When we will go deeper in each and every darshana, can accept 1 or 2 or 3 or all the things. Pratyaksha is one of the principal mean of knowledge. It means that which is presented before eyes. Prati aksha. Aksha in Sanskrita is called as eye. So whatever you are going to directly perceive, 3 eyes means your sense organs, that we are taking as a pramanas, evidence. So pratyaksha. What is going to be presented right now in this moment, whenever, whatever you are experiencing, that is your pratyaksha pramana. I am experiencing this river is flowing from here to here. I'm experiencing this guy is moving to this bus. So everything that is happening right now in this moment with your own naked eyes is called pratyaksha pramanas. So whatever that is within the range of sight, within this range of your sense organ, that will be always clear and direct and immediate, explicit, express. Because if your eyes can see, others' eyes can also see you. They can also perceive same thing that what you have perceived. Anumana, inferences, anu plus mana. After knowledge, if whatever I have received, pratyaksha, that heel is fiery. Why? Because I can see some smoke. So if heel is smoky, I can have inference that heel has some fire. So that will be paksha, hetu, and sadhya. Paksha dharmata and this vyapti. So this theory, using this structure, you can able to do this anumana as also evidence. You need to put this theory that, okay, paksha is, okay, we have this mountain. This is what my field of observations. What is your hetu? That smoke, that there is some fire, that will be in middle term. And what is sadhya? What is final major term? That will be that, okay, I want to find that evidence that there should be some fire. Even though I cannot experience by my sense organ as a fire, but I want to put as a evidence there is a fire, even though I cannot able to perceive by using anumana. So this paksha dharmata and later on vyapti. And third, we will have this Shabda Pramana, verbal testimony, authorities of humans and Vedas, that king ordering that his subjects. So if someone is telling something in a verbal testimony, authority, that was a sakshi, oh, you have also seen that. So we are not going to have that pratyaksha or anumana, but someone that said, okay, I was there in that past moment when this incident has happened, I am sakshi. So whatever that verbal testimony I'm putting on this oath, they are also part of this evidence. So three evidence Sankhya is accepting. Very unique contributions of Sankhya. That one of unique contribution is Satkaryavad, the theory of Satkaryavad, that cause and effect, theory of cause and effect is very unique concept in Sankhya Darshanas. So proofs of non-differences of cause and effect. This Mula Prakriti and all these manifestations of Mula Prakriti, both are same, means in the cause effect is there, and in effect the cause is always there. So if there is a muddy pot, so mud is a cause and this pot is effect, so that transformation of mud to pot, mud is not going to lost. Again, if you are going to break this muddy pot, that mud is always there. So this great theory of Satkaryavad, that in effect, in this muddy pot, always mud will be there. It's not going to destroy. It's not something like a one-way exchange or one-way transformations. That okay, there is a milk and there is butter. So if you that milk is going to become butter, that butter cannot become milk. Or this milk from yogurt. So it is not unidirectionals. In the same form of milk is always there in butter, always in a cheese, or always in a yogurt, or always in other formations. If they say yes, it is there, then give me that milk again. It's not possible. But evolutions of Prakriti is always there in their Mula Swabhava. Purest form of cause is always there in all the types of effect. So even though there are lots of impurities in water, even though with these impurities, water is always pure. But if you just remove this impurity, if you just remove this effect, if you can just break this muddy pot, you can find this mud. So cause, Prakriti, Mula Prakriti is always there, and this transformation, that Satkaryavad is the very unique theory Sankhya Muni, Kapila Muni is giving to us. Jiva, theory of Jiva, this fundamental element, who want to start their journey on this self-realizations. And what is self? Means in the beginning, what is Jiva, and that Jiva become Atma. So that all the darshanas, what is Jiva is going to be explained. So in this Sankhya Darshanas also, Jiva is that state in which Purusha is bonded to Prakriti. So bondage in Jiva, there will be Purusha also, and Prakriti is also there. So the Jiva is different from the Purusha, but again, it's combinations of Purushas and Prakriti. So that unions of a self with this material Prakritis is called as a Jiva in Sankhya Darshanas. What is ultimate goal? What is Gneya? What is fundamental goal? So all darshanas, they said, okay, we want moksha, we want liberation, but what is your actual definitions of liberations? So in the Sankhya Darshana, they said, okay, if we want to become liberated, How you want to become liberated? That dukkha traya nirodha, all three different types of suffering that in first sutras that Sankhya Karika is explaining. If you are coming out of all this dukkha, then you are liberated. And that is called as a liberation from for the jiva. What is manifested and unmanifested form? That is also very greatly explained in Sankhya. Theory of karma is also explained. This cycle of karma, Sankhya is believing there are some karma that the jiva is moving on this different dimension because only that cause is karma. So agami, sanchit, and prarabdha karma, kriyamanani karma. How I can get liberated? What are reverse procedure if a Jeev wants to become again Purusha? That is also explained in Sankhya Karika, that okay, you are in this gross element, so you are in this subtler element, you are in a mind, you are you have this sense organ. Let's go backward and let's go backward. So from this physical body to subtler body to Karana Sharira, then you are in a sattvic, rasic, tamasic mode, then you will go to Ahankara, the ego self. You are identifying yourself, then you are in a pure intelligence, you are union with this divine intelligences. From that you will merge into this prakriti, and from prakriti you are going to become as a purusha, pure consciousness. So this reverse process of realizations. So this is enumeration how that manifestation is happening from Purusha and Prakriti. This all universe is created. But if you want to go from your destination again to that main destination from where everything started manifesting, you can also go there. So Sankhya is not only explaining one way, it's also explaining two way also. So if that milk is going to be transformed into butter, how that butter can again going to become milk. So the two-way transformations is not one-way transformation is there. So if that water is become muddy, yes, sir.
This 11 Indriyas are sattvic and 10 are tamasic. And what about the role of Rajasic? Whether anyone is Rajasic or not? How
See,
they are connected with Rajasic?
See, impelling factor is kriyamanani factor to get action. See, here also Purusha and Prakriti, we need some sankalpa, we need some activity to become active. That activeness, Rajasic is always needed. So it's like a fuel. If you have very great car or all the vehicle, but if there will be no fuel, you cannot move a single step. So to move, you need this mechanism of movement. So that mechanism of movement, how you have your mind, but mind is just steady. Mind is not moving. I mean, there will be no vrittis. So if there is a no vrittis, no thought process, if there are cognitive sense of pancha jnanendriya, pancha karmendriya, but there is no energy, there is no prana. So this
Hmm.
prana body, if there will be no energy, how you can able to function? So this three-tier architecture is always going to
So
be
can
there.
we say that Rajasic is also mixed in sattvic and tamasic ones?
No,
Some.
see, it's not mixing. See, it's an influencing factor. So someone is not you, but they are pushing you. Oh, sir, you can also do it. I'm motivating you can do, but it's not going with you. They are just external faculty from outside support system. That is why they are putting in between. So
Okay.
sattvika, that this sense organ is always in a purest form. This
Hmm.
always in, so water is always in a purest form. But when this fire is coming near, it's become hotter. So they transform.
One more question I just want to know. This man is sattvic.
Hmm.
What about the chit? Chit, if we talk about, which form is the chit?
See, when we go to a Yoga Darshana, we will have that definition of Chittam. That will be Antahkarana Chatushtaya, Mana,
Yeah.
Buddhi, Chitta,
Yeah.
Ahankara. So that
Yes.
way, right now, when we are saying as a mind, just think as a Antahkarana. Okay,
Okay.
all are Karanas, right? All are tools. Karana means tool. So right now, in this mind is a Karana, there it's going to become in a Yoga Darshana is a Chittam. See, both are complementary. Sankhya and
Okay.
Yoga will be complementary. Yes,
Okay.
Pandurangaji.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So here, the reverse process which you are talking from body to the Purusha.
Hmm, hmm.
So on the ground reality, is it possible in a single lifespan? Like, how do I, a single individual soul,
Hmm.
how does it realize that it is getting transformed in the reverse way?
Yes, yes. In a single movement, it's not required lifetime. It's only required a very small minute practice, and you can able to enlighten. You can able to realize yourself.
So that means while we are alive
Yes, yes, yes.
within this body, within this lifespan,
We need to do this experiment. Yes.
okay.
So
So
that experiment, see,
it is only
Sankhya and Yoga is complementary. So right now, this is only theoretical knowledge. Sankhya is going to give you that, okay, you can go on this reverse process, but all practical tools and technology is going to given in Yoga Darshana. That is why if you are reading or understanding Darshana, we need to have these two pair always together. We cannot see with only one eye. You need two eyes to see full darshanas. Okay, so that is why Sankhya, it will give very fundamental understanding of what universe and how we are functioning, but how to reach there were different tools and technology will be given in yoga that we are going to talk in next sessions after this.
okay.
And very simple. They said, okay, this is why this dukkha is there only because of chitta, this dukkha. What is the biggest hurdle for myself? See, right side, I am not here. See, these fundamental elements, these are like a universal self. Right now, we are not focusing on this universal self. We are here. Who we are mind and 10 types of senses. Pancha Mahabhutas and subtler element, we don't want to care right now. We don't want to go on right side. Let's focus on this side that, okay, I have five senses, Gyanendriya, five Karmendriyas and mind. And why I cannot see? Because there is a hurdle. I am like here. I am sitting here and I'm going in this way. See, mind is my hurdle, always bubbling and bubbling and bubbling. It is not getting me on this sattva, and once I will go to sattva, it's not going to get me to ahankara. So from ahankara to mahata prakriti is very easy. Only this biggest hurdle everyone is having is controlling of mind. So that if you can pass through mind, all other journey is very easier. So that is why yoga chitta vritti nirodha. They said, okay, let's focus to clarify and clean this mind. If your mind is clean, your mirror is clean, you can have perfect realizations. Right now, I'm not realizing, I'm not seeing myself, even though I have mirror. Because mirror is muddy, there are lots of impurities. So that's a saucham. They said, okay, let's remove these impurities, and they will give some tools and technology in yoga darshana how you can able to remove these impurities. If you remove these impurities, your mind is your tool. See, mind is your friend and enemy. So now mind is taking this jiva. Okay, let me take you because I am now sattvika. I'm becoming very helpful. I was not helpful because I was Rajasic, and Tamasa form is there because of these external Tamasa factors are so much binding me of Jadatva. That is why I'm not helping to Jiva. But now the same mind is going to help me out because it's become Sattvika, because I have removed that impurity. So that very great missing link Patanjali is going to put here. All his teaching, 195 sutra, it's okay. Focus on only chittam, focus on this antakarana, focus on this mind. Antakarana, karana means tools, means of knowledge. I cannot see the stars And even though I have tools, binocular is there, but binocular is impure. There are some these impurities are there. If you can clean that, you are going to see that. So mind is become cleaner, you can able to see what is prakriti, what is ahankara, what is mahata, and what is purusa, and realization is happen. So it's very simple: yoga chitta vritti nirodha. And when I do cleanliness of mind, what is going to happen? Tada drashtuhu swarupe avasthanam. And this drashta, that observer, is going to merge in that drashta. That's the only simple art. Only we need to clean this chittam, and realization is here.
So, Bhushanji, what
Yes.
you've been is, it is an experience when we are practicing whatever the tools are there. So it is not going to be physically changed, right? We are there and we are experiencing till the consciousness.
Okay, so who is experiencer? So right now, experiencer is a mix with mind and intellect, all this antahkaran chatushtaya, right? So the right now we need to the experience and experiencer and experiencing, and what is going to be experience, all are becoming one right now. So that triputi is same. We cannot able to have this drigadrashya viveka. Who is observing? Who am I? So right now we are thinking as a I, as this physical body, I as a mental body. We cannot come out of this. So that impurities of chitta is called as a ahankara. So there are five different kleshas when we are going to see, or five different modifications of mind that we are going to learn: avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, and abhinivesha. Avidya is final ignorance, but asmita, that I, that purest form of jiva, and these all means of other buddhis and other the tools, it's become one. So I need to separate out, and I have this raga and dvesha, likability and dislikability, and I am fearful. Oh, what is going to happen if I start meditating, and if I went to samadhi, then if I don't come back, what is going to be happen? If I'm going to dissolve, then my ego is going to dissolve, my body is going to be dissolved, nothing is going to be there. Oh, I'm fearful, I don't want to go, I want myself, I want my own individual reality. If that river is thinking, oh, I'm going to merge in ocean, then I'm not going to be river anymore, that my name and form is going to be merged, that fear, abhiniveshaha. So that also we need to let it go, vairagya, abhyasa vairagya abhyam tannirodha. So that all tools are going to be explained in Yoga Darshana. Right now, Sankhya Darshana is only theoretical understanding. How to go there, Yoga is going to be explained. Okay, so let's take some. So we are part of this journey of Darshana, observation. We need to observe the truth, to realize that truth. And we started this journey, and these different methodologies, Darshana Shastras, literatures of Darshanas are helping me to achieve that objective. So Sankhya Darshana, Dukhatraya Nirodha iti Sankhya Darshana. If someone want to say in one line, that can you explain what this Sankhya Darshana is? So if there are three types of dukkha because of this manifestation and unmanifestations of prakriti, three types of dukkhas are there, three types of sufferings are there. And that is the hurdle, that is this vyavadhana. Because of that, I cannot see this truth. I cannot have this darshana as a truth. And if someone is asking, Patanjali, why we are not having this darshana, why we cannot able to see, what are this vyavadhana? They said Chittam is there. Antahakaran. Chittam is your biggest enemy right now. Because of that, you cannot able to realize that truth. And then practically, he is teaching all these different tools and technologies, all sadhananis to remove these impurities of mind, impurities of chittam. When this mind becomes steady, you can have that reflection of that self in the same mind that is settled now. So both Sankhya and Yoga complement each other. Sankhya give much more detailed way of explanations how this universe function, what are these enumeration. And when said how I can able to achieve, how I can come out of this dukkhatraya, how I can come out of this misery, how I can remove these hurdles so that I have clear vision. So everywhere in Darshan Shastra, we have this term called vision. I want to see, but there are some in between, there are some vyavdhana, there are some hurdles, there are some curtains, and because of that, I cannot able to see that truth. So if you can remove this curtain and remove this vyavdhana, we can able to see, we can have that darshana. That's the only thing we need to apply as a darshana shastra. That what is this curtain, what is this vyavdhana, identify this vyavdhana and remove this vyavdhana and have that darshana. So let's start our journey of Yog Darshana by Maharshi Patanjali. So again, we are on this part of Darshan Shastra. Darshan to see. Through what? Through yoga. So this yoga will be tools or some manuals or some guidelines to see. See what? This consciousness, this pure consciousness. This is myself, Atma. This is I want to see with use of manuals of Yoga Darshana. So in Sankhya Darshana, we already studied that there is a Purusha, and beside this is a Prakriti. And below this Prakriti, we have this intelligence. Below this intelligence, we have this ego self. Ego self is three part: sattvas and rajas and tamas, and all interchangeable, all interchangeable. And inside that we have 5 tanmatras. And below that we have 5 panch mahabhuta. Then we have this mind. Inside that we have panch jnanendriya and karmendriya, and we are right here. And now someone is asking me, oh, okay, see this Purusha, see this pure consciousness like sun rays. How I can able to see? These are layers and layers and layers and layers of avidya, ignorance. Or we call as a vyavadhana. All these hurdles are there. And I'm sitting here and these are all hurdles are there. So I cannot see. Even though Sankhya is saying that, okay, these are 24 different types of hurdles to see. So when I want to do this reverse process, how I can able to do this reverse process? So yoga is going to teach you. So yoga is telling that who you are. So this is your mind. Right now, just focus on your mind because that is in your hand. This mind they call as a chittam. Or we call as a antahakaran. Karan means tool. So say how I can able to come and start moving on this staircase. What is my tool? So say mind is your friend and mind is your enemy. So you need to train your mind so that you as a jiva, you can able to start this journey. And on top, you can able to experience of pure consciousness. Means from here, when you go on this terrace, you can able to see the sun. Because you are at very bottom of this building, you cannot able to see and realize the sun. So you need to start upward and start upward. That is, and then you can able to see with your naked eyes. That will be called your darshana. So you need to remove this vyavadhana, remove this ignorance. And ignorance, to remove this ignorance, to remove this all vyavadhana, you have only one friend, that is your chittam, that is your mind. So let's work with your mind. Everything else, once mind will become your friend, you don't need to do anything. Oh, when mind will become clearer and it's become sattvikas and it become very great, what I need to do? Oh, you don't need to do anything. Your mind, your chittam will take you and it will guide you how to go upward and upward and upward. So other things, Patanjali is not giving much more detail. In the initial stage, he said, okay, first start practicing. First thing first. What is this first thing? So 7 habits of highly effective people. From where it's coming? From here, Yog Darshana. That first thing is first let's, what is tools? You have this car and this car is going to take you to ultimate destination, but your car is not working properly. Let's fix your car first. After that we will talk about how to drive and what are different directions, when you need to take left and right, and everything will come later. First fix your car. Is not working. Without this car you cannot move. So chittam is my car, and it has 4 functionality. Mana, buddhi, ahankar, and smruti. Mind. See, don't confuse this mind with this mind. This mind, when we are talking about, is all combinations of antahkaran. Ahankara, ego, intelligence. Again, don't confuse with this intelligence with this universal intelligence. This intelligence is your jiva intelligence. This is universal intelligence, buddhi or pragya. Rutambhara tatra pragya. When this is going to become Rutambhara, that gateway to merge in universal intelligence will be open. Smruti will be your memory. So this 4 part Man, Ahankar, Buddhi, and Smruti. This combination of all these four yoga Patanjali called as a Chittam, and that's the only mean of knowledge right now. If you pratyaksha, anumana, agama, how I can able to know that knowingness, that jnanam, where it is going to happen in? It's happening on foundation, bhumi. This all reflections is going to happen on where? On this bhumi, chittasya foundation. So let's focus on this. Because see, when you want to see this darshana, even though you are going to become on a top level of terrace, you cannot see sun rays directly with your naked eyes. You have this friend with you that is mind, that is like a water. So you need to always see this water. Mind is see sun, but you cannot directly see. So that reflection of sun is going to come on this mind or chittam, and you are going to see these reflections only. But to take this mind on top of this building, so mind can grab these reflections of consciousness, pure consciousness of sun. I cannot see the sense organs, this jiva, this cannot see directly. You can have only realizations of reflection through chittam. That is what Patanjali's yoga philosophy is teaching. Said this chittam is very important part. Forget about the jiva that is always in a dukkham and all the things that we know, that a theory of karma, everything we have learned in Sankhya Darshana, and it is accepting everything. Only one thing is going to be add one more element as a Ishvara. Ishvara element is also when you are going to top of this mountain, there will be element of Ishvara is always going to be there. Ishvara pranidhanadva, that Shraddha, Virya, Smriti, Samadhi, Shraddha element, that believe to what? Your mind. Mind is your mitra. That is going to help you out. To believe in that, that mind is going to become your Ishvara. Mind is going to become your God. So if you want to do this bhakti, if you want to do upasana, if you want this shraddha, put everything, if you clear this mind, mind is going to give you realization. Self-realization is going to happen only on Chitta Bhumi, nothing else. All this is going to happen on the Chittasya Bhumi. Chittasya Bhumi. So this thing, this is vehicle, this is reflective materials. And what they are saying, whatever this material, this water is there, this water element is there, and you need to clean this element. And again, you need to put this element on in fixed position. It should not be immovable, because if you are moving this object here and there, you will not grab this reflection properly. So wherever you go on terrace, wherever you have that topmost position, you need to fix. So steadiness, sthirta, steadiness of all this instrument is necessary. So this, who are going to hold this chitta? Oh, this physical body, this energy body is holding. So this physical body, Annamaya Kosha, and this Pranamaya Kosha is holding this water element, subtler element. So if you are going to steady this Annamaya Kosha, your Sthula Sharira and energy body, then your mind is going to also be steady. Your Chitta is going to be steady. Chale Chittam, Chale Vate, Chale Chittam, Nischalam, Nischalat Bhavet. If your energy, prana is always moving, then this mind is also going to be way. So is this always in a movable condition? If it's not steady, then they cannot be have this reflection. So to have this reflection on this mind, all these modifications, all these waves and waves that are happening, on this mind should be steady. So steadiness of chittam, and to steady your chittam, you need to do steady of your pranas and physical body. So always, so two things are there: steadiness and saucham. Impurities, you need to remove that impurities, and you need to be steady. So that is what is Yoga Darshana is teaching. So again in Yoga Darshana, when we will go for etymology, what is yoga? Yogaha chittasya vritti nirodha. So if you are going to steady your mind, these all mental modifications are happening, these waves and waves on this lake. You cannot have clear reflection of sun. You cannot have clear reflection of consciousness. So you need to steady your chittasya vritti. And once you do that, what will be my output as a enlightenment or moksha or samadhi? Tada drashtuhu swarupe avasthanam. So that jiva is going to merge in this drashta. So two duality in the Sankhya we have seen. Here they are giving these three realities. We have drashta, we have drashyam, and in between we have this sanyoga. In Sankhya, drashta we call as a purusha. In drashyam we call as prakriti. And in between we have this sanyoga. Drashta is coming near to drashyam and drashyam coming near to drashya. This sanyoga, when this sanyoga is going to be happen, that is why this heya hetuhu. See, this heyam, this dukkham is going to be generated. So why that dukkham is there? So like, oh, dukkha traya is there. I need to do this dukkha nirodha, three types of dukkha. Why this dukkha is coming? Why this heya is happening? Why this avidya is happening? So that answers are coming in Yoga Darshana, because drashta and drashyam is coming together. Because of this sanyoga, this dukkham is happening. So that reason why and how is much more detailed explanation is given in a Yoga Darshanas. So tada drashtuhu swarupe avasthanam. And the third things that we are going to learn of this removing of this mental, removing this all these mental modifications of chittam, cleansiness. So for that, what they are saying first is thirta, steadiness of mind, or to steady that mind, all other things you need to be steady. Second thing, there are some vyavadhana. There are lots of hurdles are there. Or sometimes they use the term as a vikshepa. So this chitta is cannot or not able to see this self, not able to realize, only because there are some vikshepa is there. One, it is not steady, or it is not pure. So there are impurities are there. Let's put impurities. See, that is why yoga is more practical way. They said, okay, this is your tools. This is your sadhana to have this sadhya. Let's only focus on uplift these sadhanas. If you have this upliftment, realization is going to happen. You don't need to worry about. If you fix your car, you are going to meet your destinations. Other things will be taken care. So first, steadiness of chittam, you need to remove this vikshepa and you need to remove these impurities. So there are different types of vikshepa we are going to talk about, and the same impurities. There are vritti, the perceptions that in a prameya, there are different perceptions that you are going to have. Pratyaksha, anumana, upamana, shabda pramana, that all the different tools that we have used in a Sankhya, here also we have different means of tool to perceive that knowledge. Pramana, vipariyaya, vikalpa, nidra, smruti, vritti. So 5 types of vrittis are there as impurities or means of knowledge. Then 5 kleshas are there. Because of these 5 kleshas, avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, abhinivesha, we cannot able to perceive this knowledge. And some positive thing, how you can have this sthirta, then there are some tools yoga is going to give. So there are 3 different tools, kriya yoga, ashtanga yoga, chitta prasadanam. There are different tools are going to given that how I can able to fix this thing. So that is why yoga is not just a theoretical knowledge. It's giving you more in depth of how to fix your instrument. And once you fix, you can able to realize. So let's move to Yog Darshana. So yoga concern itself with inner practice and founded by Maharshi Patanjali. Yoga Sutra by Maharshi Patanjali, 195 sutras and divided in 4 parts. Is also giving this eightfold limbs process of this self-realizations. It is also called as a Raja Yoga. It's a royal path of enlightenment. So Samadhi Pada, 51 Sutra, Sadhana Pada, 55, Vibhuti Pada, 55, and Kaivalya Pada, 34. So there are 4 chapter, 195 total formulas, step by step is given of path of a Yoga Sutra. That is a practical guide to core of this yoga. Let's go for literature, this Yoga Sutra. So in chapter 1 of Yoga Sutra is giving that what is Samadhi, that is of concentrations and final establishment of your chittam, that is called Samadhi Chitta. So and in first 4 sutra, it's focusing on what this yoga is, means what this Yoga Darshana is all about. Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha Tada Drashtuhu Swarupe Avasthanam, that all definitions of yoga is given. Then witnessing, there are some practice of Vairagya and Abhyasa, different types of concentration, different types of samadhi is given. So, some Omkar, and there are some obstacles and some stabilizations of this cleansing mind is given. So it's more like practical tools, how you can stabilize and remove these impurities in your chitta or mind. That's the only theme of this Yoga Darshana. In sadhan path, again, it will give you tools and technology, kriya yoga and ashtanga yoga, yama and niyamas, their benefits, and asana, pranayama, pratyahara. That is bahiranga sadhana, the external tools. Because see, our mind is facing toward one, that is inner spiritual side, and one is outer. So we have this reality that we are experiencing right now. We are in a family life, we have these jobs to do, we have all other social interactions. So we have this social dimension also, we have this individual dimension also, and we have this physical and energy dimension. So there are five inner dimensions are there, but there are some external dimensions are there. So to fix impurities of social dimension and individual dimension, yamas and niyamas, practical tools are given in Yoga Darshana. And in 3, there are Vibhuti Pada. Once you are going to clean your mind, there are some more reflection, more some divine visions are going to be there. So that divine visions or divine darshanas, even though it's so great, but that is not self. Even though you are going to fascinated by what a great understanding, how far I can able to see, and all these other vibhutis are there. But see, my goal is to see pure consciousness. I don't want to see anything else. So my goal is very clear. But in between, when you are starting your staircase from first floor, second floor, third floor, when you are going on a Panchamuha Mahabhuta layer, when you are going on a more minute level of tanmatras, then you are going move on this triguna, you are going to forward with this sattvic ahankara, then you are going to for universal intelligence, different realization. But you don't need to stop there, you don't need to stop there, you need to go upward and upward and upward, and then final floor, top floor you need to go. So when you are starting your journey from base of the ground to the 25th floor, in between your journey is also very greatly explained step by step, each and every realization, each and every darshana. Even though that darshana is not final darshana, but some darshana is there. So that way you can get motivation, inspiration. Oh, I can see now this thing. Okay, that is fine. I can see my mind. I can see this sattva guna. I can see this pure intelligence. So you are moving near to that ultimate destination. So that is inspiring. But again, that can become your vyavdhana if you are just sitting on that floor. Oh, now I can have this realize, and you are just sitting and you stop practicing. So there are many peoples, many rishis, and many spiritual seeker only because of this vibhuti, some special visions they have, some skills they acquire on the different floor. They are just sitting on there, and that only going to become that vyavdhana, because they stop moving, they stop practicing. They say, oh, I'm realized. I had that darshana, so that mind is like that, and a panchamoha, but that is not final darshana. So that is also going to become your hurdles. And final, Kaivalyam, the only one goal, single pointed goal of to see that purest form of consciousness, pure Purusha. And that liberation process is going to means of attaining different experience, and this mastering of mind, and your more subconscious. When you are going to clean on a top level of your mind, what is going to be happen, that subconscious impurities is going to come on a top level. So before it was not known, but you are just cleaning on a top layer, conscious layer. The another subtler level is again come on a surface level, and you need to clean that, there are some karmas and sanskaras and old impressions, and cleansiness, and at the end nothing to clean. Sarva Nirodhan. Heya Shunya, Gneya Shunya, Chikirisha Shunya. Everything that you want to clean is cleaned already. Sabij Samadhi, Nirbij Samadhi, Kaivalya Prapti. And that only that purest form of that mind, that drashta is going to be there. There you are going to see that reflections of the self. That is the final destination we need to reach. So these are chapter 1, all the sutras, chapter 2, chapter 3, and chapter 4. So Patanjali was the proponent of Yoga Darshana, closely associated with Sankhya. Yoga is largely based on Sankhya philosophy. Sankhya is the theory, yoga is practice. So even though you are practicing yoga, you should read Sankhya Darshana, because all these theories that yoga is accepting is coming from Sankhya, Dukkhatraya Nirodha, these 25 enumerations and all Satkaryavada, cause and effect theories, everything is coming from Sankhya Darshana. So, and it's very small text, right? If you are not going to read whole Sankhya Darshana 523 sutra, you can say Sankhya Karika, 72 sutras are there. So 72 sutras of Sankhya you can accomplish with 195 sutras of Yoga Darshana. Both will go parallel. So if you have any practical misunderstanding, if you're not able to grab some concept of Yoga Darshana, that link you are always going to find in Sankhya Darshana. So Sankhya and Yoga, the left eye and right eye. If we need to see something, if we need to have some vision, both eyes are needed. Yoga accepts this Ishvara Tattva. In a Sankhya Darshana is pure scientific. There will be no terminology of Ishvara, but in a Yoga Darshana, we are going to see this terminology, not only one place, 3 different places. Ishvara, and Ishvara is also mean of knowledge. It is helping tool also to self-realization. So that is accepted in Yoga Darshana by Patanjali. So this Patanjali propagated this philosophy of yoga in his great work called Yoga Sutra of Patanjali. Through the Patanjali elaborately built a system on yoga. Fundamental concept was in Veda itself. See, yoga is not something new that, oh, this word and yoga is already there. In Upanishads, you are say Yoga Upanishada, Bindu Upanishads, there are lots of Upanishads and Veda already talk about yoga. Bhagavad Gita have already talk about yoga. But compilations of different things is happen by Maharshi Patanjali and as a part of separate darshana. So it's going and realizing and explaining all the means with putting as a Sankhya as a evidence, that's becoming as a darshana. Chitta is considered as being composed of intelligence, egos, and this mind. So Antahakaran Chatushtaya and Smruti Vritti, we can also add as a Smruti also. So Chitta, when they are always talking about this Chittam, is a central concept of Yoga Darshana. Patanjali shows the way of emancipation of Ashtanga Yoga, self-discipline process. You can able to realize yourself by cleansing as these impurities of Chittas. So Yoga Darshana, 3 types of pramana, same as a Sankhya, Pratyaksha, Anumana, and Shabda. Padartha, accepting all the Padartha from Sankhya Darshana, 25 Panchavinshati Tattva from Sankhya, adding one more Padartha. Enumeration, they said, okay, there is another element of Ishvara, because that is what Patanjali have realized. There are some Ishwar Tattva is that what is Ishvara is not something idol or some god, some sitting in a temple. That's a different definition is also given. What Ishvara Tattva, it's putting as a Tattva, as a Padartha, not some god or goddess is living in Swarga or heaven. So again, understand this Isha Tattva that we already learn in Vedanta, Isha Vasya Upanishadam. So that Isha Tattva, God element is also there and is also going to mix with another 25 element of Purusha, Prakriti and other things. So that is also very great fascinating journey with this God particle. Parinamavada, theory of Parinamavada is also part of Yoga Darshana. Yoga Darshana put as a Traitavada. It's not a Dvaitavada. This threefold reality. In Sankhya Darshana, there will be dualistic nature. The theory is called as a Dvaitavada, that there are only two things, two particles, matter and energy, Purusha and Prakriti. Here they said there are three things, Purusha, Prakriti, and in between they have this Sanyoga coming together, this glue, that joining this Purusha, Prakriti together. So the joining factor of glue is also very unique theory. Traitavada theory, Parinamavada theory, Ashtanga Yoga theory are all unique theory of Maharshi Patanjali's. That is why it's become second darshana. Other it is the same Sankhya Darshana. If you are talking about same thing, it's putting these practices of Ashtanga Yoga, Chittasya Vritti Nirodha practices, Parinamavad, Ishwar Tattva, he is adding Raitavada. They said, okay, Purusha and Prakriti. Sankhyavad say. So here they said, okay, Purusha is there, Prakriti is there. Purusha is always conscious and Prakriti is always jad. So Purusha, if pure consciousness, pure intelligence, but is akarta bhava. There will be no ego. There will be no parinama. There will be no enumeration. And jad, even though they have capability of enumeration, prasava bhava is there. But because of that jad, because there will be no intelligence, how that prasavavada is going to be happen? Why, how that enumeration is going to be happen? So that missing link from Sankhya, he has corrected here by giving threefold architecture, Traitavada. Sanyoga is also there. It's also separate entity of Sanyoga. That glue that he is putting inside, that is glue element that is joining both together entity. And Purusha they call as a Drashta. Prakriti here he use as a Drashyam. Definition is same. Panchamahabhuta, Tanmatras, and all the things that we have seen in Sankhya is putting in Yoga Darshana also. Purusha also, Drashta, Drishi Matra, Suddhopi, Pratyayanu, Pashyaha. So it's the purest form, pure consciousness, inactive. All that theories from Purusha Prakriti is just using different terminology as a Drashta and Drishyam. So Maharshi Patanjali is author of Yoga Darshana. Yogena Chittasya Padena Vacha Malam Sharirasya Cha Vaidyakena Yopakarotam Pravaram Muninam Patanjalim Pranjaliranatosmi. So it's not only creator of Yoga Darshana, he is also creator of Panini Vyakarana, the Bhashya of a Pranini Vakyana of a Sanskrit grammar. And also in Ayurveda, he is also great contributors, and always focusing on removing impurities. It's very unique contribution. He said, why I cannot see this reflection of self on this water? Because water is muddy. If I remove this mud, I can see that reflection. And he also grabbed this very great technique, because there are so many malas, so many muds are there in this water. I can get so many years and so many janmas to remove this malam. So how many janmas are there? Oh, there are 7 janmas. So many. This is this hectares and hectares of weightage of these malas. There are so many karma sanskaras and so many malas are there in your chittam. How I am going to remove that? So if he is giving that technology, saying, okay, because of mud, this water is muddy, and because of muddy water, that cannot grab this reflection of self. But again, I'm not teaching to remove this malam, I have different techniques. Chale vate chale chittam nischalam nischalad bhave. If you can just settle down, because this movement of water, because of this movement, because of this kriya shakti, because of this movement, this mud is coming on surface level. But if you make this water steady for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever that time period to settle it down, all that mud are going and the bottom of this reality. And on top, it's a very steady water and it's also become clean because muds went in a very deepest level. And I can see that reflection. My job is not to clean this water. See, my goal is very clear. I want to see reflection of self. This is only my tool. Someone is said, okay, I just want to clean this water. No. Why you are cleaning? That is your sadhana. That is not your sadhya. I'm always practicing yoga, asana, I'm okay. But why you are doing asana? To steady your physical body. Why you are steady your physical body? To steady your energy body. Why you are steadying your energy body? Because you want to steady your mind. So sometimes what is happen for the spiritual seeker, they are bound by these sadhanas. They are so fascinated by these sadhanas. They forget why they are moving with this. What will be their ultimate goal? They're so fascinated with this vehicle and car because they are cleanliness and there are lots of functionalities they are evaluating. They forget that we need to start this car and move. So ultimate purpose is gone. So that is why this Maharshi Patanjali has put that, okay, I am cleaning this chittam so that I can able to realize my true nature. Tada drashtuhu swarupe avasthanam. So mala nirodha. Identify mala and nirodha. Someone so nirodha means you need to remove. You don't need to remove. Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. All these vrittis, I need to remove this all mala. You don't need to. You just settle down. Become steady. Everything will be go away. Because in sattvika bhava, steadiness bhav, rajasa and tamasa cannot there. That will be go again in a prakriti. So this very great understanding, and not only he's in yoga, same thing he has put in a Vyakarana Shastras also, mala nirodha of vacha and mala nirodha of your physical body. So chittasya malam, vacha malam, and physical body malam. He has very great contribution, one single-handed. So that is why this prayer is always going to be recited to glorify his understanding and giving this path of greatest tool that is ever existed on this planet Earth to realize self in very fraction of moment. Someone is asking, how much time is required? You are carrying this pot of water. So when you are steadying your water, when you are steadying your mind, realization is going to be happen. Someone is moving and carrying this water in muddy pot and then coming back. Accidentally it's broken down and all this water is on the ground. And in the night, he can able to see that reflection of that moon on this water. So that moon and this reflection, that self and this reflection, both are same, and I am that. That is realization, that is jnanam. After that, even though you have muddy water, again that malam is going to come, again impurities come, but I know that I am that self. Only one time that realization should be there and nothing you need to do. Maharshi Patanjali. Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. Yoga is the cessations, like modifications of mind. What is samadhi and liberation as part of Yoga Darshana? Ultimate tasyapi nirodhe sarva nirodha nirbijah samadhi kaivalya prapti. By the restraints of these impressions of all this subtler and subtler layer of this mind is also vanished. Everything is restraints come as a nirbij, seedless samadhi. So this is how you are going to clean your 4-tier architecture of mana, buddhi, smruti, and ahankara. These are my vikshepa. There are 5 different types of vritti: pramana, viparyaya, vikalpa, nidra, and smruti vritti. I have these 5 types of klesha in these chittas: avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, abhinivesha. And I have this vikshepa: vyadhi, sthyan, sanshaya, pramada, lasya, virati, bhranti, darshana, labdha, bhumikatva, navasthitattvani, chitta vikshepastenta antarayaha. And there are some vigna, external vignas: dukkha, daurmanasya, angame, jayatva. So these 4 impurities are there on this chitta, these impurities, mental modification, this taranga nyaya, these waves are there. And because these waves are there, this mind is not becoming steady, and mind is not becoming steady, you cannot realize yourself. So if you steady your mental modifications, you are going to realize self right now in this moment. That's the only central teaching of Yoga Darshana. Chitta vritti nirodha. Mental modifications need to be stabilized and stabilized and stabilized. Steadiness. Steadiness. 2 types of samadhi we are talking about: sabija samadhi and nirbija samadhi. Sabija samadhi will be sampragyat and asampragyat. Savitarka, savichara, anandagata samadhi, and asmitagata samadhi. Asampragyat will have nirvitarka, nirvichanda, vitarka to vichara, vichara to ananda, ananda to asmita, and then asmita to nirbija. And in Nirbija Samadhi, there will be Dharma Megha Samadhi. So from part 1, we are going to move this mental modification. There are 10 layers of chittas I need to clean. First, I will start with Vitarka, then with Vichara. Again, Vitarka, Vichara, we have Sthul and a Sukshma Padartha or object that we need to take into consider to stabilize this very topmost modifications that will be on a chittasya level, very physical, very gross mental modifications. And then we will have this subtler and subtler modifications of mind. There will be anandam, pure bliss. Oh, this waves of blissfulness. Oh, I feel so great. I feel so much happy. But that is also modifications, also waves. So you need to stabilize that waves of anandam. Then I am blissful. That I is also there. This I am there. That ahankara vritti is there. That I-ness, I am separate. I am separate from that ocean. So that I-ness, ego, ego, ego. So this mana, buddhi, smruti, and ahankara, all 4 different types of modifications we need to settle down in this 10-step process. Samadhi. And at the end, we have this ultimate destination. So Kaivalya, no mental modifications of Chittam. And once you have this Kaivalya, or we call as a Dharma Megha Samadhi. So in Dharma Megha Samadhi, you will find your Dharmi. You are going to find your own nature. Your Dharma is yourself. That is your Drashta that you are going to realize. So 10-step process of cleansiness is explained in Yoga Darshana. what is sampragyat, asampragyat. We can, when we go in a deeper level, we can understand. So mind and modifications of chitta, that is theory of knowledge. The first thing is like you have this sense organ, and through that sense organ, these mental modifications are coming through these indriyas to your mind. That will be your vritti. Pramana, vipariyaya, this pratyaksha pramana, anumana pramana, shabda pramana, whatever that object you are going to see, that will be your pratyaksha pramana, the means of knowledge. Through that, you are going to perceive this knowledge. So this, you have this purusha or seer, or you can say that is drashta, and is going to be reflected in buddhi, and that reflection is going to come in ahankara, and ahankara to manasa and gyanendriyas, and in external realities. So this is how chitta is here, and these gyanendriyas are there, and this is the one way realizations is happening. And what we need to do is nirodha chitta. We need to do on a reverse process, restraining of this mind. So this vishesha, this gyanendriya and karmendriya, pancha mahabhuta, I have this manasa, I have ahankara and buddhi. How I can go back to steady and remove these impurities and different floors, and at the end I can able to realize myself. That's the process, is very greatly explained in Yoga Darshana. What are these five vrittis? That is at a very top level. From Gyanendriya, it's always creating these mental modifications. Pramana, vipariyaya, vikalpa, nidra, and smriti. This is means of knowledge. These are first-hand mental modification. Through that, I can able to receive knowledge. Pramana, right knowledge, a state in which the mind reflects reality, external reality with sense organ. Viparya, misconception, state when the mind makes a wrong judgment, which in times replaced by right knowledge. Vikalpa is imaginations or feelings, refer to understanding the real situations through words not directly related to that situations. In nidra, vritti, deep sleep, the state of mind that exists when one going to sleep. And smriti vritti, we have memory that is stored in mind. The aim of yoga is to still and attain a superior state of mind, of panchavritti. So pramana, pratyaksha, anumana, and agam. So yoga is also believing three types of knowledge: pratyaksha, anuman, and agam, same as Sankhya. Wrong knowledge, viparyaya, mistaking a rope for a snake in darkness. Smriti, recollections of whatever experience of that object you already have. Vikalpa, you have that imaginations by verbal understanding, by heard some words, and you are just doing these fantasies or imaginations, and when you are going on a deep sleep state. So these are four dimensions of chitta: yoga, chitta, vritti, nirodha. And these are different mental modifications of pratyaksha, anumana, agam pramana, pramana, viparyaya, vikalpa, nidra, and smriti vritti. So nirodha of chitta is required. Now they said, okay, this chitta have this bhumi. This chitta have 5 different state of mind. That will be mudha, kshipta, vikshipta, ekagra, and at the end it become niruddha. So that quality of this mind. So we have this barometer to find this quality of mind. So when this chitta is going to become nirodha, I can able to realize. So our journey will be from bhoga to yoga. We have these different vrittis: pramana, viparyaya, vikalpa, nidras, and smriti vritti. Pramana is right knowledge, viparya is error, vikalpa is imagination, smriti is memory, nidra is deep sleep. These 5 vrittis, I know that I cannot remove this sense organ. I know that these vrittis are always going to be there. So again, this very great missing link or very great techniques is given by Maharshi Patanjali. So that, the same thing that I don't want to remove all the mud from the waters. Again, that said, okay, I don't want to remove all these vrittis. So Nirodha is not I'm going to remove. I'm not going to become blind. I'm not going to be dumb. So I don't want to remove. I have this switch. If I can use this switch, the same vritti that is bahirmukhaha, that is giving me dukkham. My aim is to dukkha vritti nirodha. My aim is not a vritti nirodha, dukkha vritti nirodha. But I want that anandam. So I want these vrittis. I want these mental modifications in a initial stage. So what I am going to do, all these vrittis that are negative, that is going on bhoga vritti, I want to make that klishta vritti, bhoga vritti, negative vritti to aklishta vritti, positive vritti. So because before I have this ego, I have this avidya, attachment, clinging of life and hatred, avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, abhiniveshaha. All these kleshas are there. Why 5 kleshas are there? Because vrittis are there, but not vrittis. Which type of vritti? Klishta vritti. If I can transform that vrittis, I can transform this klesha into good way. So avidya become vidya. Raga dvesha become no desire. And avidya become vidya as a viveka. So the transformation of this switch is also unique idea and unique contributions of all darshan shastras. That is why one of the top darshanas, if you want to put, you can always put this Sankhya and Yoga, because this great understanding of theory of 25 tatras and this great practical tools, lots of practical tools and very easy tool that you can able to apply in our day-to-day life is given in Yoga Darshana, Yoga Shastras. Now we said, okay, there are 5 different types of chitta bhumis, that different qualities of chittas. So let's discuss that chitta bhumi. So we have this chitta, ego and mind and intellect and memory. These are chitta antaha karana chatushtaya, 4 layers of chittas, and we need to clean this. So chitta bhumika, state of the mind. There are 5 states of the mind. Mudha, dull. Lots of tamasa. Tamasa guna is always there. Kshipta. So tamasa, we have this rajasa. It's always movable and movable, always jumping from here to there, there to here. It's like a monkey mind. And vikshipta, you want to steady that mind. So sometime you can able to steady again, that monkey mind is coming. Ekagra is always focus and focus. So your mind quality is becoming focused. State of mind is focused. So you can able to do asanas and pranayama and meditations. You can start doing spiritual practice. So now you can able to hold this vessel for longer period of time. So when you are going to hold, you can grab some glimpse of that reflections. So small glimpse are going to be there with friction of second. You are going to steady your mind, steady your physical body. Very subtler movement. That aha movement are happening. Oh, that self, something I have seen, the very fraction of movement that curtain went, and I have that glimpse of Atma, the Ishvara, the self. And then again, I have this Vikshipta, and Vikshipta I can be back to Kship, and again I become mood. All 5 states are there. Oh, my mind is become Ekagra. It's not like that. All the time is variable, because it's coming out of Sattva, Raja and Tama. Unless you are transcending this all 3 gunas, you are going to become as a Niruddha. But you are always going to move when you are going in a sleeping mode. So in a sleeping, your mind is going to be mudha. Even though mind is there, is not going to give you any knowledge, because it's become so dull, so jad. So if you want to sleep in a regular sleep, that what we are going to sleep, your mind should be dull. Your mind state should be in a mudha state, then and then you can able to go to sleep. Kshipta, disturbed, is like you have this vikalpa vritti, you have this what we call this dreaming state. Most of the time you are dreaming, you don't know what this reality and what this reality is not. Always that vikalpa vritti is always going to be there. Mudha, dull, is always like a nidra vritti. So pancha vritti, three gunas and bhumika is all interrelated, and at the end I need to mastery of my mind, niruddha. And when my mind become niruddha and become so steady for longer period of time, I have all control of this chitta. I can easily get reflections of self. I can easily realize myself. So kshipta, mudha, vikshipta, ekagra, and niruddha. Kshipta, pleasure and pain and like and dislike, love and hate, and monkey mind is always alternate between this extreme state. One time, oh, I am so great and I'm just having this great conversation, and again in the fraction of second it's jump to another extreme, from raga to another extreme. Some another mental modifications are coming on this level of chitta, and that mood swing. Oh, I have this mood swing issue. So fraction of second we are having great conversation, and something, some shabda pramana, some vrittis are there, and boom, and it's changing the state from very pleasurable likable state to very what we call dislikable. And then they are saying, oh, you are like this and that, and so you are just jumping from very extreme of a different state. It's very shift the type of mind. So either extreme of likable, oh, when he is in a mood, he or she can be like a great person, but when he or she will be not in a mood, he or she will be like this. So kshipta, mudha is dull. Lust and anger and greed and invitations like make a donkey mind. So it's not a monkey, it's like a donkey. And vikshipta is okay. One moment on ground, you have these meditations, you can able to do this. Another moment on sky, sometimes you confuse an unstable butterfly type of mind. It's always on the fly. And ekagra, with a single pointed focus, sharp intuitiveness, dissolved ego, and an awakened soul. Ekagra mind feels happy and whole again, with absolute control over body, mind, and senses in every phase of your life. Niruddha mind glides through life with divine grace, How I can make this mind more greater? So there are some tools called as a chitta prasadanam. How I can make this chitta happy? So this maitri, friendliness with the proper person, maitri, karuna, mudita, and upeksha. If you are socially, if you are do this four practices, your mind is going to be happy. Ishvara and Purusha, because here that definitions of Ishvara is given. So what this Ishvara is and what that Purusha or that Drashta. So Ishvara and Purusha is there, but is Vishesha Purusha. So there are some special modifications in the same Purusha, they become as a Ishvara. So this like a Avtara and another manifestation of the same Purusha. So someone can able to realize what that Purusha will look like. So that is why Ishvara is also needed to get some glimpse how that Drashta will look like. So definitions of Ishvara is also great tools to understand and to realize and stabilize your mind. Ashtanga Yoga, the practices, part of practices. So in sadhana, pada, in a means of practice, sadhana to advance in a yoga way to stabilize your mind and achieve nirvana or moksha. So given many different sadhanas. First they called as a Kriya Yoga. Tapaha, Swadhyay, Ishwar Pranidhanani, Kriya Yoga. Tapaha, Swadhyay and Ishwar Pranidhana. 3 tools to achieve self-realization. Second tool, Abhyasa Vairagyabhyam Tannirodhaha. That by doing practices and this Vairagyam, detachment, you can able to achieve self. Ashtanga Yoga, 8 limbs of yoga. And 4, Ishwara Pranidhanadva. So 4 tools. If someone is asking how many practice Patanjali is giving to achieve self or realize self. So there are 4 techniques. Sadhana pada. Kriya Yoga, Abhyasa Vairagya Abhyam Tannirodha. Third is Ashtanga Yoga. 4, only Ishwar Pranidhana. If you just pranidhana, if you can achieve that good quality of Ishwaras, Shantakaram Bhujagashayanam Padmanabham Shuresham Vishwadharam Gagana Sadrasham. So these qualities of steadiness of mind and gracefulness, if you can just visualize and grab that qualities within yourself, that can also stabilize your mind. And chittasya vritti nirodha can also happen. So 4 ways you can able to nirodha, stabilize your mental modifications. By kriya yoga, you do tapaha, swadhyay, do jnana yoga, read these mahavakyas, upanishads, and again Ishwar pranidhana. So 3-tier architecture, 8-tier architecture, 2-tier architectures, and 1-tier architecture. I want to go Himalaya. I want to reach there. What are different vehicles are available? Oh, there are 4 types of vehicles available. What are they? Either you just go by your foot, means Ishwar Pranidhan, you are not moving, you just go and on the top of these Ishwaras, on the shoulders, and take support from Ishwara. And nothing you need to do, no practice, only just remembering Rama, and their qualities, and you going to realize only this mantra japa. Mananat trayate iti mantraha, mananat trayate iti mantraha, omkara tasya vachakaha pranavaha, omkara. By just mental chanting this mantra, your mind is going to be stabilized. And once your mind is going to be stabilized, realization is going to happen. Only one tool, 1-tier architecture, mantra. I need 2-tier. I need like bicycle. I don't want to go alone. I need 2 tiers. Okay, bicycle. By bicycle, you can reach your destination. So 2-tier, abhyasa vairagya, abhyas and vairagya. If you are a bowler, how you are going to ball? So you are just running and then doing all the types of effort. And once you throw that ball is out of your reach. What you do? You just relax. You just let it go. That will be your vairagyam. Now I don't know what is going to happen. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. I can only do practice. Action is in my hand. Result is not in my hand. Vairagyam from karma phalam. Abhyasa, karma. Every day I'm doing yoga, every day I'm doing meditation, but I am not getting this self-realization. My mind is not stabilized. You don't worry about stabilizing your mind also. You just practice and practice and practice and let it go, let it go, let it go. So in this ball, if you are not getting wicket, again go back, again do that practice, 100% practice. And then again, once you do that abhyasa, just let it go. Now it is not. So I have done 2 hours of meditations, 1 hour of mantras, and then forget about it. Believe in this process, and forget about this result. That is also practice, 2-tier architecture to realize the self. Oh, I don't need 2-tier architecture. Okay, then you have this 3-tier. You can take this auto. This 3-tier is there. You just sit there, tapaha, swadhyaya, and Ishwar pranidhana. You can also able to reach there. Oh, I need the huge bus. I need a huge vehicle. I am like a royal person. I need Raja Yoga, royal technology I need. Okay, then we can give 8-tier architecture. Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana. So when you sit there and also you can able to realize. So 4 different tools are given as a sadhana pada by Maharshi Patanjali. See, that is Karuna. Said, okay, if sadhak, if some spiritual practice, I want to give this option. And 5th option is also given. Yatha abhimat dhyanadva. Whatever abhimat, if you don't want 1-tier, 2-tier, 3-tier, 4-tier, 8-tier, whatever tools you want, but start practicing. Don't just discuss. Yatha abhimat dhyanadva, but start meditating, start practice. You are going to reach other darshanas or other philosophy. This is my only philosophy. Not other philosophy can take you. This is the only tool. This is the only tool. This is the only tool. No, listen, there are many hundreds and thousands of tools are available. Don't worry. Just sit in any tools, any vehicle. That vehicle is going to take you in final destiny. But start practicing, man. That is what. Start doing this cleanliness. Always there are lots of mud, there are lots of impurities, these are, and this sansara is always dukkha. But that is fine. But start cleaning. So putting more importance of practice, sadhana pada, sadhana practice, whatever. Oh, I don't have this soap. How I'm going to clean? Oh, I don't have this maid, she or he is not coming. So how I can clean? Oh, start doing by yourself. Use some washing machine. Use your other soaps. So use anything, but start removing this impurities. Start doing cleansing. Don't stick to this sadhana. You can change these sadhanas also. Right now, if you are not, oh, I want to go in a auto rickshaw, 3-tier architecture, it's not there, but that bicycle is there. Start moving on that directions, and once you find that auto rickshaw, put that bicycle and go in auto rickshaw. And no, I want to go in 8-tier architecture, royal path. I'm like from coming from royal family. I'm only going to sit in this Mercedes, and I'm only want to fly. But that if you even you want to fly, that this aeroplane is not going to come to your home. You need to go to airport. So to go to airport, even you need to use these different tools and technology. So variables you need to put. You need to be flexible for your tools and sadhana, but firm with your sadhya. We are doing reverse. We are becoming firm with our sadhana. I want to realize this self only by practicing these tools. Then you are not going to, if that tool is not available, you are useless. You are not moving in that direction. So whatever movement, whatever tools, you just sit there and move forward. That's the practical tools. Clever and wise guidance practical is given by one and only Maharshi Patanjali. Kriya Yoga, Tapaha Swadhyaya, Ishwar Pranidhana. To bear the extreme duality, Raga, Dvesha, good and bad, and be Sakshi Bhava in both different conditions. Tapaha, Swadhyaya, study about yourself. Atma, Avalokan, read these Bhagavad Gitas and study the scriptures, Upanishads, and surrender to God. All actions, I'm surrendering. Fruits is not with me. Tapaha, Swadhyaya, Ishwar Pranidhanani, 3-tier architecture. By practicing this, I can able to realize 8-tier architecture, yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhayo. The complete control and mastery of chitta, mind, he possesses the practice of physical and mental exercise, Ashtanga Yoga. So this yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. Yama is social cleanliness. Niyama is your day-to-day individual cleanliness. And then asanas is your physical, and pranayama is your energy dimensional impurities you need to remove. And you are going more subtler and subtler and subtler. Yama, ahimsa, satya, steya, brahmacharya, parigraha, yamaha, saucha, santosha, tapaswadhya, ishwar, pranidhanani, niyamaha. Again, here in niyama also is putting as a ishwara term. In kriya yoga also is putting three time he is using as a ishwara, God particle in his theory of yoga darshana. That is missing in Sankhya. So ahimsa, satya, steya, brahmacharya, parigraha, yamaha, saucha, santosha, tapaswadhya, ishwar, pranidhanani, niyamaha, asana, sthira, sukham, asanam. That posture that is going to make steadiness of physical body is called asana. Pranayama, tasmina sati swasa praswasayoho gati vichhedah. Pranayama, steadiness of breathe, steadiness of prana. Pratyahara, swavishaya asamprayoge chittasya sarupa. Anukara iva indriyanam pratyahara. Mental organs, because they are always moving on outer side, and this journey is inward, so that outward indriyas you need to grab and train that indriya to go inner side. So that practice is called as a pratyahara. So step by step, this 8-tier architecture, 8 practices sadhaka need to do. Dharana, desha bandhas chittasya dharana, concentration, process of fixing attention of some object. Again it is going back, again put that mind on that object. And once that is stabilized, concentrated, as a tatra pratyekatanata dhana, ekatanata iti dhyanam. So now that vritti, all different types of vrittis become single pointedness vritti of that subject and object. Subject and object. I am meditating on this object. I am meditating on this object. So this meditations is happening, subject is there and object is there. This triputi is going to be there, that one pointedness. I am meditating on this object. So subject, object, observation, observed, and observer. 3 is going to be there. Single pointedness. There will be no vyavdhana, no chitta vikshepa. Concentrated mind, concentrated chitta. That is called as a dhyana. Tad eva arthamatra nirbhasa sarupa shunyam iva. That is samadhi. Artha matra, shabda artha jnana, shabda artha jnana. So that object have shabda, that object have artha, and that jnana, that I am meditating on that. So only one is going to be there, artha matra nirbhasa. That is final stabilization, final cleansiness of this mind called samadhi. And there are later very different types of samadhi, but in a gross level, that is called as a samadhi. Either a savitarka or a nirvitarka. We already talk about different types of samadhi. Bahiranga sadhana and antaranga sadhana. So dharana, dhyana, samadhi, when we are putting together all these 3, is called as a sanyama. So dharana, dhyana and samadhi go together and we get realizations. Because we cannot directly go to samadhi, we cannot go directly to dhyana. First we need to do this dharana. So we need to put this object, and deshabandhas chittasya dharana, deshabandhas chittasya. We need to try to fix our mind on that particular object. And after some time, after half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, our mental modification that is everywhere, it's going to be stabilized and only one vritti is going to be there. Tatra pratyeka ekatanata. So that ekatanata vritti is going to be there, and that ekatanata slowly become only arthamatra nirbhasa. So always whenever we go to practice, when we are going to sit on any particular posture, dharana, dhyan, samadhi is going together. three tools as a Sanyama Antaranga, very detailed level of stabilizations of Chitta. And this different methods of stabilizations of Chitta, we already have this what we call Yoga Sutra, Tatra Pratyekatanata Ekatattva Abhyasaha, and positive attitude also we have Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, and Upeksha. That if you have this four different friendliness toward those who are at ease with themselves, you have Karuna, compassion towards if someone is suffering something, you should have that bhava. So bhava shuddhi is required. So how you can clear your bhava, your feelings, mudita, cheerfulness toward the virtues, because see, bhava is also interconnected with your chitta. If you are in a good bhava, you can able to stabilize your mind very greatly. So this is also a karana of your chitta. So if you have good bhava, if your chitta prasadanam, your mind will be stabilized, because there are hundred, thousand and thousands of thoughts are happening in a single movement, a single fraction of movement. So that is why if you have this bhava, if you can control your bhava, that okay, if you are in a mudita, if you are in a cheerful moment, your chitta will be stabilized. So that is also one practice we can do. Om. 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 Om Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Good morning, everyone. Drashyate anena iti drashyatam. This drashyam is giving this divine vision so that we can able to grasp this reality that in our day-to-day experience we are not having, because we are so used to with this acceptability of this reality, this material reality. We haven't ever done any thought process what and how this reality existing. If this table and chair, this material existence is always same or that is changing. If this universe is always same or there are some laws that governs this creation and dissolutions of this universe. But we are so busy and so used to with accepting everything as it is and never ever start doing that inquiry, that scientific and spiritual inquiry, that I want to know each and every part and beat of this creation that is happening all the time around me. But some scientists, some spiritual scientists are going beyond this regular day-to-day life of eating and cooking and sleeping and doing all this fundamental circle of this life. They say, no, I want to be as a research scientist. I want to find some rules and regulation. And once they are starting on this path, they realize ultimate truth, the truth that is behind our day-to-day existence. These matters are not mere just matters. They are always changing, interchanging with each others. These matters are not only one type of matter. There are multiple different types of matters. So there are 16 padartha, 24 padarthas, and how that matter are being transformed from one part of this existence to another and another. What are different layers? All are called as darshanam. And we try to understand this one pair of darshana is Sankhya with yoga. Sankhya with yoga. So let's move ahead. Darshana. So first pair we have seen is Sankhya philosophy with yoga philosophy. And this pair, both are complementing each others. When this Sankhya is giving you what? This theory. Yoga is going to give you how to achieve that goal, more practices. Sankhya is going to give you that there are 24 plus 1 padartha, these manifestations of reality. And yoga is going to taught how you can transcend these elements, 24 plus 1, 25 elements, that is manifestations of reality, is taught on Sankhya Darshana, and how you can transcend. What are these hurdles and main hurdles that we put as a mind in Yoga Darshana? This is the biggest hurdle. Chitta Vritti Nirodha. Dukha Nivrutti. When this Sankhya is focusing on how we can transcend ourselves from three types of dukkha, yoga is giving this chitta vritti nirodha. Chitta vritti nirodha. This Satkaryavada theory, cause and effect. Here we have guna parinama. three types of guna. So giving more complement theory of this Satkaryavad. Both are very unique theory in Darshana Shastras. And ultimate destinations of yoga and Sankhya, Dukhavritti Nirodha, Chittavritti Nirodha, they call as Samadhi. This is Kapila Muni and this is Patanjali. We have Sankhya Darshana 535, 25 or Sankhya Karika 72 sutras. So in a literature, we have two different, one that is basic of Sankhya Darshana and smaller version of Karika 72. And here we have Patanjali Yoga Sutra 195. This is how this comparison of Sankhya Darshana and Yoga Darshana. Let's move to second pair. That will be our Nyaya philosophy and Vaisheshik Darshana. So in a second phase, we have this Nyaya philosophy and Gautama philosophy. Both are moving together. This is more like a logical form. In the same way where we have this Sankhya Darshana, more theory, more logic, explanations, in-depth research explanations is there. And yoga is giving some practical tools. Same is Vaisheshik, also giving lots of practical tools and some lots of scientific discovery. In all the darshana that we know, we need to understand three fundamentals property. That will be pramata, whoever is try to discover something. So everyone may be they called as a jiva or individual soul. And this is my prameya. This is my goal to achieve. And all darshanas are like a more focus on jnana yoga. So they want to achieve that this jiva is equal to Brahman. In a different methodology, they are going to define these jivas and they are going to define Brahman, and they will do this aikya, that why this jiva in the Brahman are same. What are different property? By removing these properties, that the same jiva is going to become as Brahman. So this, and for that we are going to put some evidence. So there are pratyaksha, anumana, shabda pramana, all different pramanas we are going to utilize. So all the time this pramana, pramata and prameya or prama, that knowledge, gneya. This is in all the theory. When we are going to compare these 3 points, we need to always being in considerations that this, what they are talking about, this pramata, that is starting as a spiritual seeker when they are trying to move forward to understand this Brahma or understand this moksha or liberation, what are their theory and the theory of liberation, what is bondage and what is liberation, that you need to put 2-3 different points in this prameya or prama knowledge. And also you need to put this pramana. What are different types of pramana evidence you are going to utilize to achieve these objectives, and some unique theories that is going to be come to achieve your objective. So let's move. So let me share. So we are moving on this third darshana called Nyaay Darshana. Nyaay Darshana is founded by sage Gautama. This Nyaay Darshana primary concern with these different conditions of correct knowledge and the means of receiving this knowledge. Epistemology. Nyaya is more logical and reasoning form of understanding the science of spirituality, science of critical study. Discover the validity of knowledge and what are non-valid point, that both they are putting into considerations. Right now in other darshana we are just putting what is valid point, what are valid means, what are valid tools that you can utilize to do this scientific discovery. But in Nyaya, they are also putting these are invalid means of knowledge. And through the process of obtaining this valid knowledge of things, one could secure release from material bondage. Again, ultimate goal is to get release, liberated from this material bondage. Everything that we have been bound, if you know who is bounding us by doing these scientific discoveries, we can able to release ourselves. So obtaining valid knowledge is the only way to obtain release from this suffering. So ultimate goal of moksha, liberated, is clear in Nyaya philosophy also. So this is not just any logical text that in other scientific discovery or in a subject we are seeing. This is also we are using this as a tool to come out of our bondage. So we are going to define these fundamentals of Nyaya Darshana, describe the characteristics of 16 padartha, that when you will going deeper into and trying to find, there will be 16 different matters that you are going to see. So Nyaya represents the logical approach to spirituality founded by sage Gautama. Nyaya Sutra by Gautama Rishi, 537 sutras and divided in 5 chapters, all dealing with the analytical process of cognition. So Nyaya epistemology, how to get this knowledge, how we can realize this truth, what are these means of knowledge. So there are two types of knowledge or source of knowledge. One that will be valid source, that is going to become my prama, and another it will be my invalid source that will come under aprama. So this unique concept of aprama is started by this Nyaya philosophy. If you are some persons are putting some evidence or some verbal testimonies and some other proof that we cannot consider as a valid proof to know this Brahman or even to know this material existence. So both way, valid and invalid source of knowledge are clearly described in Nyaya philosophy. Prama is valid source and aprama is invalid source. Pratyaksha, Anumana, Upamana and Shabda. Pratyaksha, perceptions with your all senses. Anumana, inferences, comparing different evidence, that is called upamana, and verbal testimony. So three we already covered, means that will be in a in a Sankhya philosophy and a yoga philosophy. Same they are accepting in Nyaya philosophy also. Only one valid source, Prama, they are adding as a comparison technology. Invalid source, that will be aprama, anupalabdhi, and artha prapti. We have these memories and doubts and all error. So we are not putting that as a valid source. If you are someone is using some hypothetical understanding, if I am seeing this water on this road, and always this water we have seen in another road, and then element, and then we are putting and putting different logical understanding and hypothetical process for understanding this Brahma. They said it will become our Brahma. So Nyaay Darshana propounded by
So
Gautama. Yes.
they are using these four pramanas only, right?
Yes.
Yaksh, Hanuman, Upaman, and Shabda.
Upamana. Pratyaksh, Anuman.
And these invalid source.
This is also part of Nyaya philosophy. So when you are using this one, we will call as a aprama. It is not a prama.
But it is also being used.
Yes. It is going to be used. See, we need to use both positive and negation. If I want to say, no, this is not the truth. So if something is not the truth, that also you need to prove. That is why it's very logical way. If someone is saying right now, if it's in morning, then we need to say this is not night. Okay. If I am saying that Brahma Satya and Jagat Mithya, so I need to put both the things together to give that whatever that is happening, that we need to put some pramas to get put that evidence in front, and some that we need to neglect the truth that is not available. Something is missing. Then why that is missing? Why we cannot have that type of proof? So both we are going to get together. It will go parallel. So Gautama, Pramanaihe artha parikshanam iti nyaya. Nyaya's definition, acquiring this knowledge of an object through examination with the help of pramanas, is called Nyaya. Niyate mula padartha adhikam anena iti Nyaya. So this etymology of Nyaya, what is Nyaya? What is this logical understanding? So disclosing of correct knowledge of basic fundamental padartha, that we are going to see in Sankhya. We have, there are 24 different padartha. In here we are going to see how many different padartha, 16 different padartha, 7 different padartha. What are dravya? So each and every elements, whoever is going to help me, we called as Nyaya. Nyaay Darshana has very unique thing, that is putting much more importance of Anumana Pramana. One can get complete and correct knowledge of Parmanus, atom, which are the basic cause of creations of the universe, Ishwaras and Moksha through Anumana Pramana. Hence it is called as a Nyaay Darshana. When we are going to see that Vaisheshik Darshana, that Parmanu Vad, atomic theory of nature, they said everything is Anuvad, all are atoms. So to give that more thorough understanding, theoretical understanding of that Parmanu Vad, Nyaay Darshana putting this second Anumana Pramana as much more importance. If there is a fire and we cannot directly see that fires, so how we can do Anumana about that fire? So that very great understanding and theory is given in Nyaay Darshana. So valid means of knowledge. Pratyaksha, Anumana, Shabda and Upamana. These are valid means of knowledge is given. So only adding as a Upamana as valid sense of knowledge. So this Pramata, Prameya, Pramana and Pramiti. Source of knowledge, perception, inferencing, comparison, testimony, and experiential knowledge. Valid prama and invalid prama. If someone is putting that inside this logical conclusion, we need to know that, okay, we cannot accept this as a prama. These are all invalid arguments, doubts and sanshayas and error. We are not going to accept as part of learning or knowledge gaining. Only for pratyaksha, perception, inferencing, anumana, comparison, upamana and testimony, that will be shabda pramana. These are valid source of knowledge, but they are at the same point, they are also explaining that what are invalid source of knowledge also that we cannot consider. Now once we start moving and going to realize what this universe, what this existence is all about, they are going to see there are 16 divisions, there are 16 padartha, the same that we have seen in Sankhya Darshana. We have 24 plus 1, here we have 16 different padartha, fundamental elements of reality. Nyaya is Astika Darshana based on Nyaya Sutra of Gautama Rishi. Nyaya accept the basic philosophy of Vaisheshik. So Nyaya, Vaisheshik both going together. It can be said that the Vaisheshik system is theory, Nyaya is practice. Nyaya recognize Ishvara, but it does not deal with him in detail. So same in Patanjali Yoga Sutra, they are accepting Ishvara as a fundamental nature. In Nyaya also, they recognize this element, Ishwar Tattva. Like the Vaisheshik Nyaya hold that the self is an individual substance, eternal and all-pervading. So what is consciousness? What is Atma? Consciousness is not an essential attribute of the self, but it is only an accidental one. According to Nyaya, salvation is the state of absolute freedom. It is freedom from all pain and pleasure. Then there is a freedom from the cycle of birth and death also. Pratyaksha, Anumana, Shabda and Yukti or Upamana. 4 valid source of knowledge as a pramana by Maharshi Gautam. Fundamental nature, it will be as a Shodash Padartha, 16 fundamental elements. 2 unique theory we are going to see by Nyaay Darshana. One that will be Asatkaryavad. In Sankhya we have that Asatkaryavad, that cause is always going to be in a same form in all the effect. So that relation between cause and effect is explained in Sankhya Here they are giving some another unique theory of that cause and effect. They said it is asatkaryavad. And another that will be Pitharpakavad. An ultimate aim of this darshana is to achieve salvations or dukha nivrutti, same as Sankhya Darshana. Dukha nivrutti is main goal of this Nyaya Darshana by Maharshi Gautam. Let's focus on Nyaya epistemology. Nyaya metaphysics recognize 16 padartha or categories and include all 6 or 7 categories of Vaisheshik in second one of them called Prameya. So Vaisheshik all over that 6 or 7 categories as a Prameya and these fundamental elements as 16. The 16 categories is heart of this Nyaya Darshanas. So if you are understanding this when the same in a Sankhya, we are going each and every padartha, each and every manifestation of nature that, okay, this is universal intelligence, Mahat Tattva, and this is ego self, and this is manas, and there are Panch Mahabhutas, and there are Panchatan Matras and Indriyas. The same way, Nyaya and Vaisheshika also realizing this nature by 16 padartha in 6 or 7 different categories. Pramana, valid means of knowledge. Prameya, object of valid knowledge. What is my ultimate goal? What I need to find out? We put initial as a samasya, doubts. Prayojana, aim. We put some examples to give our understanding more clarity. Siddhanta, conclusion. Avayava, anga and angi, the different limbs of that same fundamental elements. We are broken that elements down and putting this part and part by together that are giving whole knowledge of avayava, avayavi. So avayava, members of syllogism. Tarka, this logical reasoning, hypothetical reasoning is there. Then we are going to come as nirnaya, settlement, final conclusion. We can have this discussion, vada. We have jalpa. We have vitanda. We have hitva bhasa, falsani. We have chala. We have jati and nigraha sthana, point of defeat. So these are 16 fundamental padarthas are accepted in Nyaya philosophy. Pramana, Prameya, Samasya, Prayojana, Drashtanta, Siddhanta. Avayava, Tarka, Nirnaya, some discussion, wrangling, irrational arguments, very special reasoning, unfair reply, false analogies, the grounds of defeat. Prama will be first part of the 16 padartha. Prama means valid knowledge. Pramana is that tool through which valid knowledge is received. So pramana, so what is prama? Prama is valid knowledge, that truth we want to find out. So that truth is material, gross or subtler or beyond. All are my means of knowledge. All that is my goal of knowledge. And to gain that knowledge, I'm going to use different types of pramanas. Two types of knowledge. So here they are going to, when we said, okay, we are part of Jnana Yoga, what you call as a Jnana, what you call as a knowledge. So say there will be one as experiential, that will be Anubhava knowledge. And another that will be smruti, memory. You are first-handed experiencing the nature of fire by going near to that fire, or you have that memories that you already have experienced before. Both are called as a knowledge. You have that knowledge either right now or having that knowledge, or you have that knowledge in past. Both Anubhava and Smruti can be divided into valid or invalid. Valid experiential knowledge is called Pramana, and invalid experience is called as a aprama. So this theory of prama, what I should accept and what I should not accept, what is prama, valid knowledge, and invalid knowledge, that will be aprama. That is also very unique contributions of Nyaya philosophy. So they are not only putting, okay, there are four pramanas we are going to accept: pratyaksha, anumana, shabda, and this upamana. They said, okay, we are also going to put what are aprama also. Prameya. So we have this pramana, 16 elements. These are pramanas. So what are pramanas? That source of knowledge that we are going to utilize. Now we are moving on the second part, that is called as a prameya, objects of knowledge. What is that reality that you want to find out? We said, see, this knowledge gaining, that jnana yoga, that is will be triputi, three-folded process of understanding any knowledge. One, we have that prameya or gneya tattva, that you want to know something, that is your objective, and you as pramata, someone is starting that journey, and this prameya, pramanas, or this process of knowing by using these valid tools and technology to go to that ultimate destinations. You need some vehicle to travel and reach that final destination. So these valid means of travels are all called as a pramana. These tools are valid. Either you can go by walk, or you can go by this two-wheeler or three-wheeler or four-wheeler. So there are valid means. But there are some tools are not acceptable. Someone said, just I just flew here and I just came. So no, that is not acceptable. I said I just took some ride and I just went there, and there is no clarity on what knowledge or what tools he have utilized to reach there. So with that said, okay, whatever that sadhanas that you have used, whatever that pramanas that you are putting in front, it's invalid. And why that pramana is invalid? Then also we need to put into consideration. These are my things to know if something is wrong, something is invalid. So valid knowledge and invalid knowledge. Valid pramana, invalid pramana. Valid vehicle to reach destination, invalid vehicle to reach that destination. Both are explained here. So in second part, what is prameya? What I want to achieve. So in a part of 16 padartha, second is my prameya. So in this, we have this 12 different prameya, this means of knowledge. Atma, individual conscious unit. That conscious smallest unit, that is called as a Atma. Then we have the Sharira, material body. We have this Indriya, sense organ. We have that Artha of that sense organ, object of that sense organ. We have Buddhi, we have Manasa, we have Pravritti, activity, we have some dosha, mental defeats. We have this Pritya Bhava, life and death. We have Phala, results of pleasure and pain, Raga, Dvesha, Phala. We have this Dukha, and we have this Apavarga. We can come and transcend ourselves from this cycle of suffering. So all 12, all are my object of knowledge. I want to know Atma. I want to know this physical body. I want to know Indriya. I want to know object of Indriyas, Buddhi, Mana, Pravritti. What are these mental doshas and what are these apritya bhava? What is the final conclusion, results of pain and pleasure, and what are these pain and pleasures? A final reason that said, okay, that is dukkha. Then let me know what is dukkha and how I can able to go beyond this dukkha. So that will be called as a apavarga. So Atma is the same like a Jiva. So from Jiva, we need to understand internal mechanisms of the Jivas and come to final conclusion of apavarga. So all details are given, that is we called as a perfect darshana. Same in a Sankhya and Yoga Darshana. So Yoga Darshana is also giving what are different hurdles of a jiva and how step by step it can move in a final conclusive way of chitta vritti nirodha. The same in Nyaya also. It's not only said, okay, Jivana Mukti is my final conclusion, let's focus. But who wants to do that Jivan Mukti? Said, okay, that Jiva, that individual soul, that Atma, okay. So where it is reside? No, inside that Sharira. What other things it has? Okay, it has Indriyas, it has some Kriyas, it has Buddhis and Mana, and it's going this Pravritti, all things that we need to know. Then and then we have complete vision. So this, to get that complete vision, we should know this all my prameyas, 12 prameyas. Then third padartha we call as a Shanshay, when we have these doubts and shanka, state in which the mind wavers between conflicting view regarding a single object. Is that a plant or a human being? In that darkness, is that a rope or a serpent? Shansay is not certain knowledge, nor is it a more reflections of knowledge, nor is it invalid knowledge. Then why you are putting Sanshaya in a part of knowledge making? Because it's give that inspiration, that fire. It's a positive state that you have doubts. Okay, we are not reach to that final destination, but say, I think we are not moving on the right direction, because if I move on north and if we go near to Himalaya, I should have that the feeling in outside, that some coldness, some waves of coldness, some mountain range I should see, but I'm not seeing. And we have traveling since a long way. I have that doubt. So if you have some doubts, if you have some questions, oh, maybe we are moving on the wrong direction. Doubt are not going to give that knowledge. But if we are moving on wrong direction, that is going to help us out. So that is why it is also part of our journey. Third is positive state of cognition. But the cognition is split in two and does not provide any definite conclusion. So doubt is the product of confused state of mind. But by understanding this doubt, we can able to move ahead or not. So they are also putting as part of Padartha. Prayojana, what is my aim? No action can be performed without any objectives, a target or aim. So it does not matter if the aim is only presumed or is fully understood. Oh, I know we want to reach to Himalaya. I know we want to, but why you are presuming? I also don't know. You need to share what you want as a knowledge gaining. So that aim, I want to become Jivan Mukta, I want moksha, I want liberation, or I want some material possessions or some joys and entertainment. So your prayojana should be come forward. It should be verbalized. And one acts either to achieve desirable object or to get just rid of undesirable one. So this desirable or undesirable object are known as prayojana. what are my prayojana. If something is desirable, which will be my aim, that is prayojana, and another is not my prayojana. I don't want to, why you are not going in this material, that is not my aim, that is not my material enjoyment, is not my aim of life. That is why I am not joining with you. So that prayojana is should be clear. Drishtanta, examples, analogies and examples and illustrations is always you need to put forward. This refers to using an example, some illustration, highlight a common fact and establish some argument. Useful example can be accepted by both parties in disputes. For instance, one can say that there must be fire because one sees smoke. And one can refer to the fire and smoke in a kitchen. So they have some analogy that, okay, in kitchen also, when you have seen this fire, then you are going to see this smoke. So that real time of example is always going to help you to gain that knowledge. So Drishtanta is also part of the 16 Padartha. Siddhanta, doctrine, an axiomatic postulate accepted as undisputed truth and serve as the foundation for the entire theory of particular system of philosophy. Siddhanta. What is that doctrine? Okay, cause and effect Siddhanta, Siddhanta or gravitation. So that all Siddhanta we need to put forward. So for in instant, it is a Nyaya Siddhanta, that there is nimitta karana, efficient cause of the universe. So that different siddhanta we need to utilize. So what is this siddhanta, this nyaya is putting forward? Avayava constitutes of inferences, part or some component of the whole. So Nyaya uses inferences to establish reasons and come to conclusion in arguments. If an inference has 5 necessarily part, so it is assumed that it can give correct knowledge. So these components are statements, reasons, example, universal propositions, and conclusion. Tarka, hypothetical argument, is also accepted as a 16 Padartha, the mind's jabbering that creates confusion and misunderstanding within and without. So because the mind is clouded by its own modification, chitta vritti, it is very important to wash out this confusion before attempting to understand something solely through mind. In the same, when we said, okay, we want the chitta vritti nirodha, but that there are lots of mental modifications are there. So what yoga is teaching that, okay, all these are klishta vritti. If you can convert that aklishta vritti, then the same mind is going to help you out to achieve your goal. So mind, manasa is your ultimate tools that is given, but there are some lots of issues are there, lots of mental modifications are there. So let's work on that. So to work and clarifying and clean this mental modification, you are using this logical understanding, because what you are doing right now, your mind is working is very illogical way. You are saying something, you are doing something is so illogical that tarka, okay, I want to become scientist and I'm reading this literatures all the time. So that link is not there. If you want to become scientist, then what are these examples are there? What are different literature you should read? That all things should be relevant. Irrelevant thing putting forward and giving that another means of knowledge. It's not there. So you should put logical, hypothetical way of moving forward. So tarka is the process of clarifying that confusion you are having. It is a process of questioning and cross questionings with the mind that leads to the particular conclusion. Nirnaya, and you come into Nirnaya. Okay, I have this Nirnaya, firm conclusion that I want to move forward with this spiritual life. I want to move forward to achieve Nirvana. Is certain knowledge that is attained by using legitimate means. It is the truth about something using tarka or other way, that perception like direct perception, inference, or testimony, or you have some intuitions, all are legitimate means, and you are coming as a final conclusion. You are coming as a nirnaya. Okay, I'm doing this decision right now. Discussion, debates, because this mind, they have the two different paths, so that all are debating with each other. We have this pros. If I move forward, these are my pros, and if I move forward, these are my cons. So both will be there. So let's discuss and see internally. So both are agreed on using methods of reasoning and logic, and valid knowledge can be reached, and that is honest and free from prejudice. Jalpa, wrangling, when two parties try to defeat each other through dishonest mean. There is an involvement of their ego instead of true such knowledge. Jalpa contains all the characteristics of valid debate except that of aiming to discover truth. Jalpa, when you start moving on this way of spiritualities, what is going to be happen? There are some jalpas are going to happen in mind, because you want to control that mind. So what is going to give this mental modifications of vritti as a jalpa? So you need to find, okay, this is my jalpa, this is my conclusion, this is my debate. So all these 16 particle inside our mind, we have all these arguments are happening, and how you can able to establish conclusion with this. That is what theory of Nyaya. We have Vitanda, irrational reasoning we are putting forward, that argue and aim to refusing, destroying an antagonist position without seeking establish one own position. It is more like very destructive criticism. Hitvabhas, very spacious reasoning, irrational argument, which is reasoning that appears to be valid, but is really unfound. You cannot found that from where you are putting. Chal, you are also using some unfair replies, unfair argument, the statement to cheat or fool someone in their argument. So you are using the chala tarka. Jati, generally based on the false analogy, you are putting jati. The debate in which an unfair reply conclusion is based on very false analogy. The sound, is it non-eternal or eternal? So I said the sound and dhvani. So sound is non-eternal because it is an effect of a certain cause, just as a pot is produced from clay. One can argue that it is eternal by comparing it with the sky. But it is a false analogy because there is no universal relationship between non-material and these eternal things. So it's Nyaya system itself. Sound is considered to be non-eternal quality. Why? Because this material existence is never ever is going to give you this final conclusion. Nigrahasthana, ground for defeat, the ground on which a person is defeated in his argument. So Nyaya epistemology consider jnana, cognition, buddhi as upalabdhi or consciousness of anubhava. Now the source of obtaining knowledge in Nyaya, four source of knowledge is accepted as pramanas according to Nyaya school, that is pratyaksha, anumana, upamana, and verbal testimony. Perception, inferences, comparison, and testimonies. But again, they are putting that, okay, these are my pramanas, but what are non-pramanas? So that also we need to put into consideration. If someone is putting this chala and doing some invalid source, then you need to understand what is invalid source of knowledge also. You cannot put this evidence in front. When mind is putting this evidence of a vritti, you should not accept that by saying what? So you should have this apramanas also. So knowledge may be valid or invalid. Nyayiks, the Nyaya scholars, accepted four valid means of obtaining valid pramanas: pratyaksha, anumana, upamana, and shabda pramana. But they are including that there are some invalid knowledge of prameya, memory, smruti, we are not going to accept. Doubts, sanshaya, error, and hypothetical reasoning, tark, not acceptable as valid knowledge. Pramana is always a source of obtaining that knowledge. Pratyaksha, anumana, upamana, shabda, valid pramana. Direct perception, inferences, comparison, and verbal testimony. And we have these doubts and hypothetical arguments. Sanshaya and Tarka is invalid or praman. But both are source of obtaining knowledge. Perception, foremost position in the Nyaya epistemology. Perception is defined by Gautama in his Nyaya Sutra, chapter 1-4, as non-erroneous cognition, which is produced by the intercourse of sense organ with the object, which is not associated with a name and well defined. Perception can be two types: laukika, ordinary, and alaukika, extraordinary. Pratyaksha. So this pratyaksha is laukika. Ordinary perception is attained through sense of six types: visuals by eyes and nose and all other sense organ. All laukika, extraordinary, that involves this perceiving generality. When one sense organ can also perceive quality, by seeing that quality, you can able to experience that. Or this yojana. All three are alaukika, extraordinary pramanas, means in a pratyaksha pramana. This external, bahya, and internal, manasa. So these are pramanas. These are alaukika pramana, yukta, yojana, extraordinary. The Nyayika maintain two modes or stages in perception. In a pratyaksha pramana, first is called as a nirvikalpa, indeterminate, when one just perceive an object without being able to know all that features. And the second is savikalpa, when is able to clearly know that object with all that features. Both are stages to get that pratyaksha pramana. Anumana pramana. So anumana pramana is the detailed process of knowing something not by means of conduct between sense and object of the world, and not by observation, but rather through the medium of a sign, by seeing some linga, that is invariability related to each other. So anumana, the cognition or knowledge that follows from some other knowledge. So anu is following of what? Another knowledge is called as inferences, anumana pramana. Inferences for oneself, and second, inferences for others. So swa artha anumana and par artha anumana, both are different types of Anumana. So this Anumana inferences is also again two type. One, that is inference for oneself, Swa Artha Anumana, where one does not need any formal procedure, and at the most the last three of their 5 steps that is given before, or there are some Padartha or some external object, require some systematic methodology. Inferences, Anuman can also be classified in 3 types: Purvavat, Sheshavat, and Samanvyo Drishta, when inference is not based on causation but on uniformity of coexistence. All are 3 types of Anumanas. There are some methodology we need to understand. To Anumana involves the combination of induction and deduction by moving from particular to particular other texts via generality. It has 5 steps to come to conclusions of Anumana Pramana. There is a fire on the hill. That is pratigya. That okay, this is I want to prove that okay, Jiva is the Brahma, or this is process of liberation. So whatever you are putting forward, that is my pratigya. This is what I want to gain. This is what I want to prove. Because there is a smoke there, hetu, there are some reason, satkaryavad, Gunaparinamavada, that okay, there are some cause and effect theory. I know that there is a fire on the hill. I'm seeing there are some reason, that hetu, that there is some smoke. Why I am saying that there should be some fire? Why I start inquiring? Because I'm seeing there is some smoke. Because I'm seeing that there are some suffering, dukkham, I'm experiencing right now. Third step, whenever there is a fire, there is a smoke. Example, udaharan, I have seen that whenever there will be fire, there will be smoke. So their one-to-one relationship, I know by example, there is a smoke on the hill. That is why there is a smoke on the hill. Reaffirmation, upanyaya, and therefore nirnaya, nigamana, that I am going to say that there is a fire on the hill. That is my nigamas, final conclusions. So these 5 methods of anumanas. Hitva bhavs. There are some falsifications that you need to make sure that you put as a hitva bhavs. And Anyathakya Ativada also when we go in a Mimansha, Viparita Khyati, not Khyati, but that Viparita Khyati. There are some errors is happening. You need to understand this is we are moving on a wrong directions. Upamana Pramana. Third type that we need to do comparison. Upamana refers to the relationship between a word and an object that is referred to by the word, produced by the understanding of knowledge of similarity. So if your friend is just explaining and describing some crab apples as looking like a regular red apple, but it is smaller and has a longer stem, you go into the forest and find a tree bearing this fruit you have never seen, but you remember that descriptions and some comparison, because whatever you already know, either by pratyaksha pramana or some anumana pramana, mostly by pratyaksha pramana, you have realized something. By giving some example, they will, by comparing the real-time situations, you can gain some glimpse and knowledge. That will be, you become as a upamana pramana. So upamana, which can be roughly translated as comparison, is the knowledge of the relationship between the word and the object denoted by the word. Shabda and artha. From Shabda Pramana to Artha, and from Artha you can go to Jnana. So it is produced by the knowledge of resemblance of similarity given some pre-descriptions of new object. Shabda Pramana, that is the knowledge derived from words or sentences, but not all verbal knowledge is Shabda. Shabda is mostly that will be from Vedas or Aptavachana, or a person who speaks and acts the way is always thinks, a person whose mind and action and speech are in perfect harmony and is therefore accepted as an authority. So Vaidika, it is accepted as a Shabda Pramana. And second type will be Laukika, word of some humans who are trustworthy. Both will be our Shabda Pramanas, Vaidika and Laukika. The Nyaya theory of causations. A Nyaya theory also has this detailed understanding of why this suffering and why this manifestation and what are these causes. The cause is defined as an unconditional and invariable antecedent of an effect, and an effect as an unconditional and invariable consequence of this cause. The same cause produce same effect, and the same effect is produced by same cause. The cause is not present in any hidden form whatsoever in its effect. So this is very different than what we have seen in Satkaryavada theory of Sankhya. Nyaya theory, causations is totally opposites of Sankhya Darshana. The cause must be antecedent, purva vritti, invariable and unconditional. All the time it should be there in a proper manner. A cause is defined as an unconditional and invariable antecedent of an effect, and an effect as an unconditional and invariable consequence of that cause. So same cause produce the same effect, and same effect is produced by same cause. And again, there is no hidden agenda. Three kind of cause: material cause, samavai, thread of a cloth, or samavai, color of that thread, which gives colors to that cloth, because thread is there and cloth is there, but that color, that guna, properties are coming. So that asamavai and nimitta, efficient cause, the vivara of that cloth. How that thread is going to transform into cloth automatically is not going to happen. How that clay is transformed into clay pot. How that panch tanmatras transform into panch mahabhuta. How that panch moha transform into mind and indriyas. Transformation, cause and effect. How that purusha transform into prakriti. How prakriti transform into mahata, how that mahata is going to be transformed into ego self. So the transformation of cause and effect, there should be some nimitta karana, some nimitta cause is there. There is some material cause is there. And there are some asamavai, some guna is also going to be. There are three cause is there for to get any effect in place. Cause of suffering. What is cause of this suffering? A misunderstanding of this 12 aspect of reality. Once these 12 are perceived correctly through that valid means of knowledge that is given in Nyaya, one attains freedom from suffering. There are some law of karma is also explained in Nyaay Darshana, that Nyaya inquires why some people are happy and another are unhappy. So that cause and effect, why not everyone is suffering. So there are some field of karma also. So to claim that each individual suffers or attains happiness randomly is not logical means. So Gautama postulates that this must be due to the law of cause and effect, that is called as a karma. Atman, the Atma is eternal in nature because it is not limited by space or time. It also accepts that there are an infinite number of Atma. So just like a Sankhya Darshana or Yoga Darshana, here they said there are not only one, there are multiple Jivatma, multiple Jivatma. One's own Atma can be known through mental perceptions only, where someone else Atma can only be inferred. Brahman, what is that ultimate goal? Brahman is efficient cause of creations, maintains and dissolutions. Brahman creates all substance from eternals, atoms of space, time, mind, and consciousness. Brahman causes these atoms to hold together and continue their existence in a particular order to maintain the physical universe. And argument for this existence of God or Ishwaras or Brahman, Karyat from effect, Ayojanat from combination, Dhrite from support, from faith, from scriptures, from precepts, from the specialities of number, and for unforeseen or drishta. Liberation. What is liberations in Nyaya philosophy? To attain this, one needs to acquire true knowledge of soul and all the object that you are experiencing in day-to-day life. So this knowledge is called as a Tattva Jnana. That is Tattva Jnana, which means to know reality as completely distinct from unreality. So there are two types of experience, one that is reality and one that is unreality. When we go in Vedanta, they will also say what is Brahman, what is real and what is unreal, what is Maya, what is Sat and what is Asat. So that discrimination should be there. 3 stages of liberation: Shravana, Manana and Nididhyasanas. Nyaya's most important contribution for Hindu thought is elucidations of pramanas, tools of epistemologies, developed as systems of logic adopted by other Indian schools of philosophy. This logic was missing. Tarka Shastra, it is then adopted by other darshanas. Nyaya differs from Aristotelian logic in that it is more than logic in its own right. And obtaining valid knowledge was the only way to obtain release from suffering. So we are using this Nyaya to not go and fight in a court. We are using this Nyaya Darshana for attaining self and come out of this suffering. So this monotheism in Nyaya, we already, there are lots of Jiva, Atma. So it's not like a omniscient. It's there are many souls and many jivas are there. So this polytheist would have to give elaborate proof for the existence and origin of his several celestial spirits, none of which would be logical. So it is much more logical to assume only one eternal omniscient God that is governing everything. But there are multiple jivatmas are there. So Vaisheshik Darshana, that is based of Nyaay Darshana. In the same Sankhya and Yoga going together, Nyaya and Vaisheshika. And Vaisheshika is more foundational theory, that is Anuvada, atomic theory of nature, that Everything that we are seeing right now is just atoms and atom. All are kanas, all are fundamental elements. So that theory is coming from this rishi, Vaisheshik Darshana. So let's move there. Let me share. Real father of atomic theory, Kanad. So Kanad is the founder of Vaisheshika. Kanad presented his detailed atomic theory in this Darshana, that is Vaisheshika Sutras, that we have this Yoga Sutra or Nyaay Sutra. In Vaisheshika Sutras, if you are going to read, you can find this detailed theory of atom, that Anu, how they are maintained, how they operate, everything. Vaisheshika is pluralistic realizations. This explains the nature of this world with 7 categories. These manifestations of guna, manifestations of prakrutis, manifestations of universe is happening in 7 stages. 7 stages. 7 stages. In the same Sankhya Darshana, we have seen these 7 stages. That in initial stage we have mula prakruti, in a second stage we have this universe consciousness, third stage we have this ego, in a fourth stage that we have this fundamentals, 5 elements, tanmatras, and in sixth stage we have this fundamental element of panchamahabhutas, and we have this mind and a sense organ. That way this expansion is happening in different stages. So same stages of enumeration is also explained in Vaisheshik Darshana. So this is become our theoretical part, and Nyaya will going to become our practical part. So Dravya, substances, then Guna, it will have some quality after that. Once we have this physical dravya substances, and they have some qualities that, okay, they have colors and they have taste and all other qualities. What they are going to do next, they will do some action, they will do some karmas. And after, what is going to do is samanya, that universality, samanya. There will have that samanya. Okay, what is qualities of water, what is quality of this dravya, what are their actions? So it's a universal. If water is behave something here and something else in another part of the world is not acceptable, so now it's becoming universal way of all these actions. Before, his actions are just here and there. Maybe water can their quality is different all the times, but slowly they are settling down in samanya, universal karma. And then once they are in a very finer universal karma and action, they will have some particular vishesha guna. Before, they have some regular gunas or quality, now it's acquired some vishesha, very particular guna. And that is why we can able to identify that if this is water or if it's ice or what these other materials. To identify, it should have some vishesha gunas. Samanvaya, then inherencies, and there are some abhava, non-existence at the end. So the 7 stages theories and this particular gunas, karma guna, is unique contributions of Vaisheshik Darshana. Again, the Vaisheshik condemns that every effect is a fresh creation or new beginning. Thus, these systems refutes the theory of pre-existence of that Satkaryavad. So the first pair of Sankhya and Nyaya, the Satkaryavad, they said no, that should not be there. Kannada does not discuss the pre-existence of effect in the cause. It's always new beginning. So new beginning, always fresh creations. And for God, he's not talking much more about God, but at the as a substances they are putting as a God particle. So that is also is a unique contributions. Vaisheshika deals with material aspects of creation and path of discrimination that is founded by Kannada Rishi. Vaisheshik Shastra by Kannada Rishi is very small shastras. It's 373 sutras divided in 12 chapters, written as a supplement science to Nyayas. That is acknowledging the authority of Shabda Pramanas. This not accepting Shabda Pramanas in Vaisheshika. Nyaya they are accepting. So Vaisheshik Darshana, Maharshi Kanad, they have very unique contribution. Parmanuvad, there is another. Everything is always new beginning. It's called as a Arambhavad and Pilupakvad. So three Vadas, three theories, three schools of knowledge is unique contribution by Maharshi Kanada in Vaisheshika Darshana. Shadbhava Padartha. Shadbhav and the seventh is added later on Abhava. So Dravya, Guna, Karma, Samanya, Vishesha and Samavaya. That is foundation of this Vaisheshik Darshana, Shadbhav Padartha. Pramana, proof of knowledge, evidence is only two, Pratyaksha and Anumana. No Shabda Pramanas. Karana Dravya. Akash, Vayu, Agni, Jal, Prithvi. These five fundamental elements that we already know in Sankhya Darshana. They said there is Atma, there is Mana, there is Kala and Disha. So Jivatma, Man is already there, but this Kala, faculty of time elements, and faculty of directions, Disha, is also added. So there are now 9 Karan Dravya. There are some Vaisheshik Gunaha. There are 24 very specialized guna in each Padartha substances. Sartha Guna, 4. We have that spiritual, Adhyatmic Guna, 6. And Par Adi Guna, 7. And some extra 7. So this is Kannada Rishis, and find out that Kana, this very grain, because he's living in this farms and then only utilizing these grains, and from that he realized this all Prakriti, this universe is made out of like a small particle of grain. So goal of this Vaisheshik Darshana, liberation of that individual soul, that Jiva. And again, cause of suffering, ignorance of true knowledge, avidya. Allied philosophy is Nyaya. Cosmologically is atomist. And ontologically is pluralistic. It's still believing in the authority of Vedas. It is in the particular of the world, preeminently in the particular imperceptible soul and atom, that true individuality is to be found. So the particular selves have cosmic and social relations through which alone they can realize themselves. Yet they retain their selfhood in spite of these relations. Vishesha means very particular knowledge he is putting forward. Founder Kannada, Nyaya is Gautama. So Vaisheshik is more theoretical, it's older, so 600 BC. And to supplement this Darshana, Nyaya as a Gautama come into consideration and put some more practices as a newer Darshana. But both are going together. In categories of Vaisheshika, there are 7 categories that we are going to understand these 7 phases of realization from particular padartha, and then they have this substance have gunas and karma, all this realization. In Nyaya, we have 16 process that is going to take place. Source of knowledge, pratyaksha and anumana, perceptions and inference is only accepted in Vaisheshika. Here in Nyaya, 2 more, comparison and Shabda Pramana is accepted. Vaisheshika is more analytical, while Nyaya is more synthetic. Vaisheshik is more on a metaphysical side. They have Parmanu Vadas and going physics and metaphysical side. This is more like a how you can gain that knowledge. So it's epistemologies. Vaisheshik Darshana, we are starting bottom to up. Means whatever you're realizing, what is the smallest and the smallest particle that you are going to see right now, and you are just adding and adding and adding, and from bottom to realizing, okay, what is I can see right now in this level. Said, okay, I can see this padartha, this substances. Okay, this is my reality right now. Okay, what is this padartha? Oh, this padartha has some property, padartha has some gun. Okay, so let's add these gunas. So these all different types of guna. Then what gunas are doing? Oh, because of these gunas, these actions are happening, and because of actions they are coming together and they do samavaya, more different particle, they are coming together, the same types of property, so they are coming together. So from small, it's a bigger existence is happening, and bigger existence. And why that separation is happening? Because there are vishesha guna, some particular water is not same as fire. So whatever gunas are different, they are coming together. Another specialized gunas, they are creating some another world and on another, and that way these all existence are going to made. So that is we call as bottom up philosophy, this darshana. You are starting from small and end with the whole. Nyaya is doing another way, same like Sankhya Darshana. They said, okay, we will go top down. What is topmost? Oh, everything is dukham, sarvam dukham, dukha nivrutti. What is highest reality? Said, okay, everything is a jiva. And then, okay, everything is just a prakriti, everything is just existence. Then what is that? Okay, there are some 3 gunas. What are these? Okay, these 3 gunas making mahatas. And slowly, we are going down and come into individual. So from universal to individualistic, and individual to small part, we are doing in Sankhya and Nyaya philosophy. Vishesha is very particular on that, giving very specialized knowledge of all the particle. That is what is Vishesha. Samanya, we already know that universal and it's acceptable, everything. But to identify, there are all men's. If I want to identify that particular person, then I should have unique identification quality of that particular man that I want to find out. So to give that particular faculty, so that you can able to find out. So your karma, your guna, your dharma is very unique. So that is why even though everyone has this samanya guna, everyone has 2 hands and this physical guna, their mind is there, everything. But again, they have some particular Vishesha guna also. And because of this Vishesha guna, everyone is different. Every jiva is different. Every jiva is doing that different tasks and karmas, and their gati, their movement is very different than another. So even though there are samanya guna and there are Vishesha guna, so general guna is explained in Nyaya. And once you find out that all are in a samanya guna, you are putting into basket, now you want to find out, then you need Vishesha Darshana. It is atomist, anuvadi. It's putting as an atom, as a fundamental elements. In Nyaya is not believing it's a atomist. if you are going to read, it's a very small book, Vaisheshik Sutra, 5 categories of substance in a first chapters. Quality, action, generality, particularity. What is generality? Samanya guna and Vishesha guna. Deal with different substances, accepting souls and mind, and which with objects of senses and nature of inferences. They are been given detail. Third, the atomic structure of universe is central topic in this third chapter, that we said this a proton and electron and neutrons and what are their gunas, how their samanya guna, universal gunas, everything is described in third chapter. 4 and 5 we were to discuss of nature and the kind of different actions and karma, while ethical problems is also discussed here. And 6, 7 discuss the questions of what the qualities and the self, and what are that inheritance, that samanya inheritance guna, and what are that is always going to come in your DNAs and RNA, that your father, mother to their son and daughter. So that is also in a same way in a padartha also same thing is going to happen, but there are some vishesha guna. In the later chapter, logic and problems of perceptions, inference, and the theory of cause and effect is explained. So this Vaisheshik Darshana, distinctionism, that Vishesha, differences philosophy find by Kannada. And this is also teaching that liberation is to be attained through understanding the nature of existence, which is classified in 9 basis realities. Okay, so let's move to epistemology, theory of knowledge. So source of valid knowledge in Vaisheshika Darshana, Pratyaksha and Anumana, perception and inferences. But Anumana, they are putting some 4 different subcategories of gesture, implication, inclusion, and negations. So Cheshta, Arthapati, Sambhava, and Abhava. To another valid mean of knowledge in some Vaisheshik Darshana, they are using as some memory, smruti vritti, and intuition that is not accepted in Nyaay Darshana, but is accepted somewhere as a Vaisheshik Darshana. But main valid means of knowledge is only Pratyaksha and Anumana. Source of invalid knowledge, Samshaya, Vipariyaya, indefinite cognitions, and swapna. The same in a Yoga Darshana we are seeing. There are some 4 types of invalid knowledge. Pratyaksha, Pramana, Pratyaksha, Anumana, and Shabda Pramana. It is in a Yoga Darshana 3 are valid. And Viparyaya, Vikalpa, Nidra, and Smruti Vritti are not accepted in Yoga Darshana. Same here is not accepted. If you have some doubts, it's not going to be accepted. You said, okay, I have doubts, there is no God. I have doubts, there is nothing like liberation. I have just doubt. Oh, but what proof you have? If you are putting if there is a no God, then give proof of no God. If you said, okay, you have proof of no suffering, that give me proof that everyone is happy in all the times. You just said, okay, I have doubts. I have doubts. Whatever you are saying, it's not truth. So that's just putting doubts in front. How you can put that as a gain the knowledge? Yes, you can stop there. If you are progressing somewhere, you can stop, but you need some another tools to move forward with knowledge gaining. Ontology, these different categories. So different category of manifestations are called as a padartha. Padartha is an object which can be through this artha and nema. So all object of experiences and not merely the things of physical world are padartha. So when you said, oh, padartha is just a physical amenities that we are saying, no, everything that we are experiencing right now is all called as padartha. I can feel, I can intuitively feel, I can have that pratyaksha, or I can have anumana. Everything that I as a jiva, I can able to experience even from my sense organ or non-sense organ intuitively, all are called as a padartha. So objects of experiencing includes not only things predictable of another, but also subject capable of having things predicted of them. So intimate relationship between name and thing, shabda artha is recognized here. So this padartha or predicables. So first chapters is entirely focusing on padarthas. What are these padarthas? And then slowly is giving, in the second chapter has giving some what are these substances. Third chapter given descriptions of that jiva, soul, their inner senses. Fourth chapter he has discussed the body, and there are some anga and ange constitutes of bodies. In fifth chapter he has established karma. What is this karma? Theory of karma. In a sixth chapter he has considered dharma, virtue, because see, when we are said I am having this Darshana Shastra, so there should be some dharma, there should be some ethics, there should be some virtues. Otherwise, just becoming mere just a science. If you are not putting some dharmic rituals, or you are not putting some ethical means of living, it will just become as a science book. But this is science plus spirituality. Each chapter he has assessed the manifestations of knowledge, what are their source of manifestations and knowledge, and so on. And in the ninth chapter he has established the particular concrete understanding. And in the 10th chapter he has differences in attributes of different souls, why this jiva, what these souls are different than another jivas. Everything is covered in this 10 chapters of Karnadas Vaisheshik Sutras. Now let's focus on the 7 layers of manifestations. First, we have the substances. See, this is from bottom to up approach. So this is my first reality, first hand reality. What I'm going to see right now, I am going to see as a substances, sthula padartha, gross reality. So from gross reality, we are going to subtler and higher dimensional reality, because this is bottom to up. So this is actually not number 1, this is number 7. Means right now this is sthula, and from sthula we are going to move ahead. So just imagine you are at bottom of this Sankhya Darshana reality, where you have this physical body and you are moving up and up to Prakriti and Purushas. So this first you have all like dravyas, because this is what I am going to see as all substances. Then subtler element I can able to experience that quality or that property. Oh, this is chair, but that shabda, this padarth is there, but now I know that the chair has some gunas, that qualities, that color is there, these tables and these flowers that have some fragrances. And if I go more deeper, it has karma, and we have this samanya properties, that okay, all flowers are having fragrances, all this type of water has this type of taste. So that way I can also generalize this property, that I can see this samanvaya, I can see that different elements, they can have same type of gunas, same type of karmas. So I can say, okay, these are samanya quality of that particular dravyas, and putting into that category. Oh, but there are some Visesha property. So in a 5th dimension, I can able to see this Visesha property. But this flower and that flower is different, because their color is different. Their fragrance is there, but fragrance is different than this fragrance. So more subtler properties of that substances that you are going to experience. And now I know that samanya properties and Visesha, I know that karma. So what I can do? I can do some relationship. Okay, particular karmas of whatever this karmas of waters, or whatever karmas of this particular humans, they said, okay, they are doing the same job as a doctor. So I can put into together that okay, they have same gunas, they have same karmas, and they have samanya gunas, so let's put into one category and another category. So we can able to combine. So now before we have small particles, but now I'm combining, becoming more and more huger, and that is the final universal self. So individual jiva by their samanya visesha, because of their karma and phala, because of their gunas. But still again, there are some samanya gunas that is everywhere universal. I can do samavaya and create higher reality. So adding this particle together, this bricks and adding together, so I can create houses, and from houses more higher dimensional reality. So that is how that existence realizations is happening. And there are some abhava. There will be no houses. There will be no reality at all. That is the sixth or a 7-dimensional understanding.
Bhaiya, please explain Abhava once again.
Abhava is non-existence. So right now we are just putting 6 into what we call as a categories of reality. The 7th is added later on, but that abhava we are going to come. That is also very important part why we call as a abhava, means non-existence. Right now something is existing. So these 6 categories are existing. Okay. Either what we can say manifested and non-manifested. Vyakta and avyakta. If you want to compare with Sankhya, what we are saying Prakriti is bhava and abhava. When these all 3 gunas are in equilibrium state, then that Prakriti is not going to manifest. So that way we call as a abhava, means there is no bhava. There are
So
no
we can
gunas.
say unmanifested state
Yes,
is Abhava.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Vyakta, avyakta, unmanifested state. So, there is no existence. That means that it's nothing or it is not there. We cannot say. That can manifest itself. Unmanifested form, yes. So, dravya, substances, guna, qualities, karma, actions, samanya, general, visesha, unique, and ingerences, samavaya, samanvaya. And 7th category is abhava, bottom up approach. Now let's see when they are saying these different types of substances. So how many different types of substances are there? Is 9 different types of substances. 5 are physical and 4 are non-physical. So we are focusing. So when said, okay, this is my reality. So what is this first tier architecture? Everything is dravya. Everything is substances. That is my first hand experience of reality. So what this first hand experience of reality? What are these dravya? What are these substances? So let's move to this first tier of substances. Earth, physical substance perceived by external senses. Each of these senses is composed of this element. All are what we call as a physical nature. Earth, water, fire, air. And ether is giving the space, foundation to put on these substances. So physical substance perceived by external sense. Each of senses is composed of these elements whose distinguished qualities are registered by specific sensory receptor. For example, smell. So that is particular property of earth and is apprehended by the nostrils, or taste is a particular property of water which is perceived by tongue. So even though they have samanya guna of what? They are all physical. So that physicals are their samanya guna and they have some particular properties. So that is why they are different. So that is why they have different name and different arthas. So earth, water, fire, air, and akasa. Panch Mahabhuta that we already seen in a Sankhya Darshana. These Panch Mahabhutas are their foundations of a physical reality. But they say there are non-physical things. That is also time, space, soul and manas. So in very bottom phase, when in a Sankhya Darshana we said, okay, there are 5 sense organ, 5 karmendriya, 5 jnanendriya, we have this mind and buddhis and physical body. So this physical and subtler, and they are combining individual reality and universal reality together. So earth, water, fire, air, akasa, that is also part of our individual reality and universal reality also. When we call as a soul, so this soul is will become as a individual jivas and is made out of this all different physical particle and some non-physical particle. So time, space, soul and mind is all called as a first categories that you are going to realize when you start doing this spiritual practice. What will be my first stage of reality? I am going to see that this all this physical reality is made out of 9 elements, nothing else. Everywhere there are only 9 elements are there. Why time and space is there? Because to just give that someone was there and someone is not here, so we can say, okay, it was here and it becomes non-existence when we come as a seventh tier of manifested and unmanifested. So pralaya, so it was there, but it's now that jiva was there, now it's died. So what is death? So take, okay, right, so we can put that terminology with time factors. Okay, so in akasha and space element, so this time and space we call as a distance, right? So when akasha is like a fundamental element, that ether element and all the foundation, but when we said, okay, what is your relative positions in a time and a space? So time and a space, they are going to put in a variable condition that, okay, I'm going to meet you on particular location. So that particular locations, that relative locations, even though that is in akasha, that is in ether, but that is relative locations will become as a space. And here this space, when they are going to use that space, is it bounded or non-bounded? So okay, the space inside this spot and the space outside of this spot. So more in a relative terminology, we are going to use this time and space model. So that is why in the physics and all other atomic theory, even though they are using as a akasha ether, that is pervading, everywhere is same and all the time is the same, that we are using as a akasha. So that akasha we are using on absolute sense, that it's always there. We said, oh, this is my akasha, this is your akasha. I cannot say like that, but yes, this is my space, this is your space. So that relative experience, you can say, this is my time, I'm using this time philosophy, I'm going to come on this particular time, and someone said I'm going to come in this physical location, that will be my space. So this more non-physical but more individual experience. Others are more like a absolute experience. And mind we already know. So 9 substances. Parmanuvada, smallest particle of earth, water, fire, and air. This name Paramanu is also written in Vaisheshik Darshanas, and that is atoms theory, that no one have ever realized this smallest particle of this physical reality. This is already there. So that is they call as a father of atomic theory, Paramanuvada. This Parmanu is a most indivisible state of matter. When you are start moving forward and more deeper and deeper and deeper, and at one end, that physical reality is going to stop and you are going to into subtler state. So before that, where this physical reality is going to transfer into subtler reality, that we called as a Paramanu. The atoms of water, earth, fire, air are eternal. because an atom is partless and cannot be produced or destroyed. So the energy siddhanta is also explained here. So the atom we are not saying is a physical particle and it's just going to be destroyed. It's a part of energy dimension. It's never ever be going to be produced and destroyed. This is also part of Parmanuvada. It's a unique and one of the greatest discovery on this planet Earth by this Maharshi Kanada, who is just eating this grain, small grain that is always lying down on this farm, and by experiencing and living on this kana and the kana and the kana, and because of that, the name is given to him. Experience whole reality by this small physical particle, yatha pinde tatha brahmande, whatever that is in this param anu, that anuvada siddhanta, param anu. Param means subtler and subtler. What is the minute level of anu? So that anuvada, and by using this anu, he get enlightened and he find all this theory of enlightenment, how that universe is working and everything he knows. And by knowing only, you can come out of suffering, because this is Jnana Yoga. Jnana can only is give you param mukti. So existence of atom is proved by inference, not by perceptions. All composite part of world can be broken into smaller part, but when one comes to the part which cannot be broken further, that means its part in is called as atom. Vaisheshik Vada. All these atoms, when theory of atom cannot be produced or cannot be destroyed. So okay, atom, someone can just go, okay, I will create these atoms in my laboratory. You cannot. I said, okay, I'm going to destroy these atoms, and then that is also not going to happen. Is always in a energy form. So that form is going to change, but that existence is permanent. Akasha. Akasha is the spectrum of quality of sound and is not made up of atom. So Akasha is more subtler reality than this physical reality. Sound can be perceived, but Akasha cannot be perceived. So Shabda is there, is tanmatras of Shabda, but Akasha cannot perceive because it's lack of two conditions for perceptions of an object. Therefore, Akasha cannot be perceived, but can be inferred from the perceptions of quality of the sound. Akasha is the one and eternal. So there is only one Akasha. There are not multiple Akasha. Akasha is the one and eternal, is always there because it is not made out of part. So Anga and Angi. So there is no relation of Anga and Angi, is whole. There are no part. There are no multiplicity of Akasha. So it does not depend on any other substances for its own existence. Akasha is giving all the foundations and dependency to other padartha. So Akasha is in the foundation. So it is pervading in sense that it has unlimited dimension and that its quality is perceived everywhere. Directions and time. That is also very unique concept someone is putting forward in this Vaisheshik Vada. Imperceptible substances, and they are likewise single, eternal, and all pervading. Direction is inferred on the basis of such concepts such as here, there, and so on. Time is inferred from the concept of now, today, tomorrow, yesterday, that time. Although all pervading space, directions, and time, all three going together. So what is your distance? We can say as a, okay, 2 kilometer, 5 kilometer, 10 kilometer, that will be your space. So you can measure that space with meter or centimeters, that physical space or some mental space. But space is there, that is more relative, and you can able to divide that as spaces. It's all like a concept, more like a conceptual understanding. Direction, space, and time. And that is foundations of all physics and other theory, you can see this is already mentioned in Vaisheshik Sutras. Atma or soul. Atman is also considered to be eternal and all-pervading. There are two kinds of souls, individual, that is Jiva, and supreme, that later we call Ishwaras. The formal is known as Jivatma and later we'll call as Ishwara. Supreme soul is inferior to be creator of the world in the same manner as has been explained in Nyaya. And individual soul perceived by this mental quality, raga, dvesha, suffering and pain. These are 24 gunas. So when we are in a first stage of this dravyas, that okay, these are fundamental dravyas, substances, and it will have these gunas. These are different qualities. So this we have these 9 different substances that we have seen. Now let's see the higher reality, the second tier architecture that have gunas or qualities, subtler quality of each and every substances, either jiva or either that akash, all we can able to see by these gunas and qualities. They have rupa, rasa, gandha, sparsha. They have sankhyas, number of how many particle. They have some parimana, they have size. They have individuality. They have the samayoga, they have vibhagas, and they have this type of vibhaga, and then they have priority, they have posterity, they have some buddhi, they have sukha, they have dukkha, they have ichha, they have dvesha, they have effort, pratyaya, they have heaviness, gurutva, they have dravyata, fluidity, they have this sneha, they have this merit, dharma, and they have this adharma, they have sound, and they have sanskara. So these are 24 gunas or qualities in Vaisheshik Darshana, in the second tier, each and every substances and their qualities. Vaisheshika, creation and annihilation. The entire universe is composed of eternal atom, but at the same time, we does not ignore the moral and spiritual law, so that govern the process of these unions of these atoms together and the separations of atoms. So when they are coming together and creating higher dimensional reality, and they are becoming dissolved or separated and released into energy dimension. So both are there, but there are some spiritual laws is also there. So the functioning of atom is guided by the creative or destructive will of Supreme Being. This will of the Supreme Being directs the operations of atoms according to the past sanskara of individual being. Cosmology, there is no creation or annihilation, but rather than orderly and morally systematized compositions and decompositions of compounds. An individual self or soul is involved in the universe because of adrashta. The karma of each soul is in its own earning, deposited in a safe of Supreme Being, which back to the self is going with some interest. Concept of Ishvara is also there in Vaisheshika Darshana. God or Ishvara is the efficient cause of this world, while the atoms are material cause. So there are two types of cause right now. Ishwar is more on a universal cause, and atoms are on a material cause. The eternal and uncreated nature of souls and atoms and accounts for their various states by that principles of adrishta. This adrishta of that will be God's will, we call as a principle of adrishta. Vedas are authority. By intelligence being, it is accepted Veda under the guidance of an eternal, omniscient, all Holy Spirit. There is only one God, and his intelligence, desires, and effort are eternal. God is distinguished from souls by his omniscience and omnipotent, which qualify him for governing this universe. Ethics is always, we said that, okay, this is not only spiritual scriptures, this is spirituality, science and spirituality. So in science, this ethics is also added as a dharma pramana. So ethics, two types of karma, voluntarily and involuntarily. Act due to organic life are involuntarily, while those which spring from desires and aversion are voluntarily actions. So voluntarily and involuntarily actions. The former have organic end in view, while the latter aim at the realizations of human values. When you are this involuntarily action, dharma according to Vaisheshika treats of attainment of worldly prosperity as well as spiritual good. So both nihashreyas and material possessions, both will be your dharma. While the former is the product of ceremonial piety, the latter is the result of spiritual insights. The highest kind of pleasure is the pleasure of the wise, which is independent of all such agencies and remembrances of the objects. Desire, reflections is due to their knowledge. 13 universal duties are also given in Vaisheshik Darshana. This is Shraddha, Ahimsa, kindly feelings and truthfulness, and Brahmacharya, Asteya, Apramada. These universal duties are also part of Vaisheshik Darshana. Sannyas Parampara is not one who give up the world to itself, but one who takes the vow of universal benevolences. So when someone in a Vaisheshika Darshana, someone is taking as a sannyasa, so that is more focusing on scientific discovery. So that is life of a scientist. So observance of above duties result in virtue of dharma. Dharma is not only the content of morality to the Vaisheshika, but also the power or quality which resides in the human being, and not in the action that is performed. So dharma is not more only on actions that you are doing in a day-to-day basis, but more how quality you are transforming itself. Selfless insight into truth of things can secure the final release. That will be your moksha dharma. So long as person is dominated by these desires and aversion, he stores this dharma, and also there are adharmas, and there are laws of karmas. Moksha and liberations. Body is the seat of enjoyment. Bhogya yatanam. Union with adrashta, and this effect of body is samsara, separation from this moksha. So soul in the state of liberation is absolutely free from all the connections with qualities and subsists like the sky that is free from all conditions and attributes. While according to Nyaya, the state of freedom is one of the bliss and wisdom. So here moksha, theory of moksha liberation, little bit different in Vaisheshika. And in a Nyaya, it's a Dukha Nivrutti, Sankhya Dukha Nivrutti. Here, this is soul in the state of liberation, free from all connection with their gunas. Whatever that guna is there, that yoke, sukha, and dukha, you have this bhava, vikara. If you are come out of that, you are Jivan Mukta. Even though you are living that, but you have this samatva bhava, you are in a liberated states. So this is liberations and principles of atomic theory, and what are birth and death, and what are bondages and release. Everything is very greatly explained in Vaisheshika Darshana. So let's summarize this. Darshana written by Kannada. Kannada was called Anukya. So also Vaisheshik Darshana is Anukya Darshana. Kannada satisfied Maheshwara by eating only kanas. So he's doing this puja for this Shiv. It's a very small grain that is only there on the foundation in a farms. So when he's going there, he's only eating as a this kanas, this small, and from that this eating this grain, that name is given to him as Kannada. Kannada describes 6 padartha: dravya, guna, karma, samanya guna, vishesha guna, and samavaya. Later on, this abhava, non-existence was added as a seventh padartha. In Vaisheshik Darshana, it is proposed that the entire universe was created with atoms. That is called as a Parmanus. When Parmanus intended to create universe, with his intention, action took place in the atom themselves. That is called as a Parmanu Vada, theory of Parmanu. When two atoms are combined, then Dvi Anuka is formed. Such three Dvi Anuka combined to fourth Traya Anuka or Trasarinu is manifested, which is more as a visible. So when these electrons are there and protons are there and neutrons are there, it's very difficult to understand. But when they are coming together as proton, electron and neutron and form something, that is we can able to realize. That is why this theory of atoms are you can see in Vaisheshika Sutras. So from Traya Anushka, Chatursanuska, and then Panchanuka, from Panchanuka, then Mahanuka are this creation. So this Parmanuvad is so greatly explained in this book of Vaisheshika Darshanas. And Mahanuka, Sthulatraya and Dravya, and Sthulatrayam Dravyas are manifested, and then this manifestation are happening. So from Anu to Maha Anu and whole entire this material existence are taking place. So from bottom up approach only one, then they are coming together, creating 1 and 2 and 3 and whole creation is existing. Each atom has very some special properties, and the properties of a substance which is constitute of this atom would develop the same property as contained in the other atoms. That are two theories. So that Samanya Guna and specialized Vishesha Guna. So Pil-Upakavada and Pitharpakavada. So both Vada is also part of this atomic theory of manifestations of creation. How that creation is happening, that Big Bang is happening. So there is only one and then it's become two, and then how that manifestations are happening. So from this egg, and then all these creations are happening from 1 to 2 and 2 to 4, and these all manifestations are explained so well and in detail in Vaisheshika theory. So Pilupakavada, it's more on a chemical theory. So Pilu means an atom, Paramanu, and Pak means transformation. So Paka, so it's a transformation in the object. So these atoms now coming together and transform into objects due to applications of specific temperature of heat. According to this Pilupaka, transformation take place at Parmanu level also, when specific temperature of heat is applied. Physical change, this is only chemical change theory, Pilupakavad, but Pitharpakavad, transformation take place in Pithara, molecule level only. So that is also explained in this physical change theory. Vaisheshika Darshana accepted the Pilupakavada, Paramanuvada, and Nyaay Darshana accepted the Pitharpakavada. So this chemical theory, Pilupak, more in a Vaisheshika, and Pitharvada, more physical changes, Nyaya. That is why we need to combine both so that we have perfect vision, left and right eye. Parmanuvada, atomic theory, that has been given in Vaisheshika Darshanas. It is one of the eminent theories of Vaisheshika Darshana. According to this theory, the component or constituent part of every padartha exists with invariable concomitancies. So Charak also accepted this existence of Parmanu in the body. He stated that the minute part of bodies are innumerable and invisible as they are in Parmanu form. So we cannot see or perceive. So Atmas and Gunas are all, this is given in atomic theory. So summarizing, Vaisheshika, Vishesha Padartha is called as a Vaisheshika. Synonymous is Aulukya Darshana, Vaisheshika Darshana or Aulukya Darshana, both are same. Upadeshta is Kannada. Vartika, Jagadish Bhattacharya has written Vartika. Bhashya is Prasasta Pada. Number of chapter 10 adhyas, 10 chapters, 20 ahnikas, and total 370 sutras. Postulated the theory of Pilupakavad, or that is normally called as a Parmanuvada. Two pramanas, Pratyaksha and Anumana, and 6 plus 1. There we have 24 plus 1 in Sankhya. Here we have 6 plus 1 manifestation or enumeration. So we cover this second tier architecture of Darshana Shastra, of Nyaya and Vaisheshika. Nyaay Darshana of Gautama and Vaisheshik Darshana of Kannada. This theoretical understanding, theoretical particles and atoms, and how that material existence and the spiritual existence is coming take place. All theory we learn in this Vaisheshika Darshana. And how I can able to realize this reality with valid source of knowledge, pramanas, is given more detail in Nyaay Darshana. So if you are having this pair of glasses, if you want to go on this bottom-up approach from physical reality where you are and going upward and upward and upward and realize entire universe, you can use this second pair of Vaisheshika, theoretical understanding, and Nyaya, how you can able to apply. It's always in a mental procedure, this mind and these logics, with Tarka, with Anumana, with Pratyaksha Pramana, and this mind is going to be clarified, doubt-free. Right now, there are lots of vrittis are there. Pramana, Viparyaya, Vikalpa, Nidra, and Spruti. So some knowledge, even though some experiencing, some anubhava is happening to you, and you need to understand this anubhava, this realization is real, or I'm just dreaming. I'm just in a dreaming state. In the same way, when I'm in dreaming state, I don't know that I am dreaming. Why? Because your mind is accepting invalid knowledge. If you train your mind, this with this logical understanding, what you should believe or accept as a mean of knowledge and what you should not. If you train very greatly, so even that mind goes into this viparyaya state, imaginary world of dreams, it can be awake. It can determine, because we have trained this mind that, okay, this is not acceptable truth. Right now, I'm seeing this elephant and this mouse is bigger than elephant. So this is not acceptable truth. We haven't realized this truth before. So I should not accept. So this is unreal, unreal, unreal. This is illusion, illusion. This is Maya, this is Maya. So when we are going to move in third tier, this Vedanta, if you want to identify what is nature of Maya, you should have this very crystal clear understanding of Nyaya Sutra and Vaisheshika Sutra. So all darshanas are complementing each other, and complete knowledge of existence, complete knowledge of Atman is going to given to you. So for that, all darshanas are important. So let's move to this third tier architectures of Mimansha, analyzing analyzing, analyzing. Not just accept whatever is throwing at to you. You need to analyze. Let's analyze that. So that analyzing skill is going to develop by going into Mimansha Darshana. Fifth Darshana, Purva Mimansha. A Sanskrit word that is Mimansa means a revealed thought. The word is originated from the root mana, Mimansha, mana, which refers to as a thinking, investigating faculty as a manasa. And third, Mimansa, ansha means suggests that probing and acquiring this knowledge through thinking and investigations. Or that's critical reviews or doing that investigations of Vedas, all are called as Mimansha. When we are saying as a Purva Mimansha, that is antecedent, previously made Mimansa. Previously, Purva Mimansa of what? What are my Purvas? Vedas. Vedas are before. Who are my ancestors? Vedas. So I am doing Mimansha of what? Purva. That is Veda. I am in a Smruti Shastra. So what are my Purva? Shruti Shastra. So I am doing Mimansa of Purva literatures. My ancestor. I am going to know my ancestor, my family members, my parents and grandparents. I want to analyze how they are living, what they are eating, and all this detail understanding, because I know my ancestors and my other great grandfathers, they are living so happily and living like more than 100 years and all this happily, the experience they have, and I also want that experience. That let me examine what they are eating, what time they are waking up, what activity they are doing, all the things. I want these critical reviews and investigations. That is on Vedas, is called on Purva Mimansha. So first major orthodox philosophical system to develop was Purva Mimansha, and other one to follow. It's later on, it's become as a Vedanta, it's become Uttara, reveal thought. Purva means earlier and Uttar means later part. There are this Vedic ritualism. There is a soul which survives the death of the bodies and enjoy the fruits of ritual. There is a Shakti power that preserve these effects of rituals. Vedas are infallible. The world is real. Our life and action perform are real and not mere just dreams. So these are fundamentals of Vedas, and this Mimansa is focusing on this part of ritualism, more on a karma kanda. So key concept of this Vashti, Paurushiya, the Vedas, and revelations by Rishi, and meaning of Vedas. Dharma is following Shruti and Smruti, primary Vedic rituals, rejecting a creator God as well as scriptures on Dharma outside of Vedic traditions. Accept world and individual soul, both. Law of karma and some apurva bhava, means some anapurva, adrashta power, unseen power. And they are believing liberation, but at the same moment, because it's more focusing on traditional Vedas, we have that Swarga and Narka, heaven and hell, is also there. So this Purva Mimansa, believing liberation, ultimate liberation, also there are higher dimensional or lower dimensional reality as a heaven and hell is there. Purva Mimansa is also called as Karma Mimansa because it's more focusing on Karma Kanda, that is karma, upasana, and jnana. So in Vedas, there are three parts: karma kanda, upasana kanda, jnana kanda. So the purva means what? Jnana's purva is upasana. Upasana's purva is karma. So that is more focusing on the rituals that is part of Vedas. It's doing more Mimansha, analytical studies of karma kanda. Analytical study of a Jnana Kanda will become as a Uttara Mimansha. That will come as a sixth darshana. Right now, we are only focusing on Karma Kanda, the different yagnas and tapas and all that rituals. Are they valid? Mean what and how that develop this jiva to go as a Jivan Mukta? Because in Vedas, it's just, okay, do that and do that. Why I need to do this tilaka? Why I need to bow down to elders? Why do this? All this why? What is purpose? What are analogies of all the rituals, all these yajnas and all these austerities and all practices they are doing? And I'm just following and following and following because my elders are giving, my parents are saying, okay, you should be dharmic, you should be follow these rituals. But I have no idea why I'm following. I'm following just blindly. But now I want to open my eyes. So all these rituals that you have ever imagined or seen, everything in Vedas, let's analyze, let's review. That is why this dharma is more scientific dharma. Why? Because we are not blindly following, we are questioning. What is this? Why you are doing this yajna? So okay, let's do Mimansha, let's do analytical study. And then step by step, they are doing these critical reviews. So that is acceptable, and this is called highest science. So Purva Mimansha deals with this outer practice of rituals, and that is why it's called as a Karma Mimansha, founded by sage Jaimini. Mimansha Sutras are there. That is by Jaimini in 12 chapters. Vedas, we already know that broad division. We have Samhita and Brahman mantras and Samhita. Vedas, we have lots of injunction, vidhis are there. We have some hymns, mantras are there. We have different names. We have some nishedha, prohibitions, and we have these explanatory passages. All this Vedas knowledge we need to analyze on a Karma Kanda. So first major Astika Darshana is Purva Mimansha of Jaimini. Because it's 100% Vedas Pramanas. Everything that is written in Vedas are as a Pramana, and only we are doing as a analyzing, research. Astika Darshana accept the authority of Veda and the core Tattva, that is philosophy in Vedas. Purva Mimansha based on the Karma Kanda of Vedas. Hence, Purva Mimansha is also known as Karma Mimansha. Purva Mimansha does not prescribe any new karma, but elaborate and explain all the rituals and karma that is given in Vedas. Dharma is the ultimate goal of Purva Mimansha and not moksha. See, when we are coming as a dharma, artha, kama, moksha. So nirvana, moksha is my final and utmost goal. But in this darshana, they said, forgot about moksha. You are not doing this rituals, you are not understanding your dharma, you are not understanding different purushartha, you are not doing proper karma, then how you are going to be liberated? So first focus on first stage first. There are 4 purushartha, we know: dharma, artha, kama, moksha. For artha, we have this artha shastra. Kama, we have kama shastra. Moksha, we have lots of moksha shastras. For dharma, we have this all Manu Sanhitas and all Manu Shastras, but we don't have very critical understanding of only that is given in Vedas. Other Dharma Shastra, they are adding there something new karmas they are adding, but Purva Mimansha, whatever is in Vedas, We want to give some solid evidence that Vedas are ultimate truth of liberations and Dharma is the ultimate goal of my existence. So if I follow Dharma properly, liberation is also happen naturally. I don't need to do any special work for liberations. Only becoming dharmic is living this world happily and beyond. Jaimini Rishi created this Mimansha Sutras. Mimansha Sutra is the largest of all the philosophical sutras. So categorized in 12 chapters and more than 2,500 sutras. And because it's coming from Vedas, directly from Vedas, so these sutras are extremely difficult to comprehend. Mimansha Sutras, 12 chapter, 2,500. The earliest commentary available is Shabhara Swami's Shabar Bhashya is there on this Purva Mimansa. It is authority basis of all subsequent work on Mimansa. Renewed scholar Kumarika Bhatt or Prabhakara independently wrote their commentary on Shabar Bhashya. So Prabhakara was students of Kumarila Bhatta. However, they different on some degrees on interpretation of Sabar Bhashya and wrote separate commentary. Mandan Mishras, the erudite scholar, was a follower of Kumaril Bhatt, also wrote a commentary, but at a later stage changed his thinking and become disciple of our great Shankaracharya and become from Purva Mimansha, he shifted to Uttar Mimansha. Otherwise, this Mandan Mishra is also authority of Purva Mimansa. Means if you have any questions, any small doubt of any rituals that is happening in Vedas, you can always go to Mandan Mishra's commentary and you will have doubt free. But in Purva Mimansa, Darshana, Kumaril Bhatta, Shabar Bhashya, any difficulty, any simple rituals, if someone is telling that it is in a Vedas and you don't know why, how to do that rituals, that Pindadana is there, how to do Pindadana, why Pindadana is scientific, everything, all rituals are there. Purva Mimansha accept the Veda as the eternal source of revealed truth. Vedas are self-revealed, that is apaurushya, and they manifest their own validity. Mimansa does not endorse God as the creator of this universe. Mimansa does not give importance to creations and dissolutions. Creation, dissolution of universe as is contained as creation, it is in the ongoing process. It propagates in performing regular Vedic karma, that is yajna and yaga, and this absolute result is apurva karma. So Purva Mimansha Darshana by Maharshi Jaimini. Pramana. Pratyaksh, Anuman, Shabda, Upamana. 4 are we already know in a Nyaay Darshana. 5th new Pramana we are going to say as a Artha. The Shabda Artha Jnana. So the Artha is also having as a Pramana. So Purva Mimansha, Pratyaksh, Anuman, Shabda, Upamana and Artha. In this theory, in Purva Mimansa, we are going to see this whole world is created by these 21 gunas. So in a Sankhya, we have 24 plus 1 or 6 plus 1 in Vaisheshika or Shad Guna Vikara. In Nyaya, here we have as a 21 gunas. Unique contributions is Karma Vipakavada. So it's very great theory of karmas. It's excellent because it's a karma kanda, right? Because it's mostly focusing on a karma part of Vedas. So this very great fascinating theory of karma, each and every action, what different effect you are going to get. So in a Yog Darshana also Patanjali is using this karma vipakavada, that karma And because of that karma, there are sanskara, and sanskara we have karma phala, and the karma phala will have vipaka, and it is going to create another karma, so bhumi of another karma. So these all theories of karma, all these three tier of architectures of a sanchita karma and prarabdha karma, agami karma, their vipaka, their manifestations, and creating impression on mind, and again mind will have that type of sankalpa, and that is why, because of this karma theory, we are in this life and death circle. So if we clear this karma, we can be free. And how you can able to do this right karma? By following right dharma. So that dharma is important, and for most part in Purva Mimansha. Karma, Vipakvada, Traitavada, same in Yoga Darshana. Yoga Darshana, we have three fundamental things: Drashta, Drishyam, and Sanyoga. Here we also have Traitavada. We don't have dualistic in a Sankhya like Purusha and Prakriti only. There are three fundamental reality in existence. We have this Karma Kanda and Moksha Prapti Sadhanas. Purva Mimansa based on the earlier part of Vedas, Uttar Mimansa based on later part of this Jnana Kanda. Purva Mimansa, Karma Mimansa, sin is deal with the karmic actions of rituals and all sacrifice. Uttar Mimansa is Brahmana Mimansa. So it is only focusing on that Brahman reality, ultimate Atman. Purva Mimansa known simply by Mimansa, and Uttar Mimansa we called is Vedanta. The term Mimansa derived from root word mana, meaning to think or consider, to examine. The term was used to signify consideration, examination, investigations of Vedic text and arrive at some conclusion. So these Jaimini Mimansa Sutras are divided in 12 adhyayas or 12 chapters. Each adhyaya were further divided into several parts, several sections, and were again divided in adhikaran, different topics. Each topic took up some doubtful point, and by series of reasoning arrives at some right conclusion. So each adhikaran has 5 limbs or factors. First is Vishaya or some Vakya, that okay, because you are doing what? Mimansa, you want to analyze, you want to do critical analytics. So which Vakya or which shloka you want to understand? So okay, this is given, say by doing Yagya Yaga, you will have as a Swarga Prapti. So some shloka you are going to say, okay, this is my Vishaya. I want to identify, because this is Shruti Pramana. Whatever sentences is written there, it's all truth. So I need to identify that how this is truth, from how the Shabda, what is earth is coming, and from earth how Gyan is going to be come. Everything is Shruti Pramana. By just hearing that truth, realization is going to be happen, because that is the highest level of enlightenment, because Shabda is part of Akasha Tattva, and Akash is much more nearer to that ultimate truth. Others are very gross type of elements. So with a gross type of elements, you can only have that gross reality. To get a subtler reality, you should use that subtler element of Shabda Pramana. So Shabda Pramana, they are using that Shabdas, Shruti Pramanas, putting that Vakya, Vishaya Vakya, that Vedic sentence, then put that what is correct meaning, what this Veda trying to say. Then we are saying, okay, what is Purva Paksha? What others have said, what other meanings other people have given that meaning. It is a Purva Paksha. And in fourth part, you need to do Khanana or refutations of Purva Paksha. Okay, these are here, they are good, but this interpretation is wrong. And final is as a Siddhanta. So Vishaya Vakya, then coming as a what these problems you are having right now, then Purva Paksha, Khanana or acceptance. and final conclusion. 5-step process of making Shruti as Pramana, making that as a valid proof of knowledge. Because why this Purva Mimansha is making that Bhumi, this foundation of Uttar Mimansha. When you are going into Uttar Mimansha, all that evidence that you are going to use, that pratyaksha and anumana, that logical thinking and all that said, oh, everything is coming from mind and mind is part of prakriti, mind is part of maya, we cannot accept. So all evidence, all this pramana, you need to throw it out when you go to final destination of Uttar Mimansha Vedanta. Nothing, no one can, only Shruti Pramana, only Shruti Pramana. So that is why this Bhumi, you need to make sure when you go to Brahma Sutra, we already covered Brahma Sutras in part of when you used to what we call uh, Upanishads knowledge. So this 5 limbs is required to gain knowledge by that Vakyas. This Mahavakyas is going to come in Uttar Mimansha, that okay, Aham Brahman Asmi, I am that Brahman. So only that Shabda Pramana, no evidence. You don't want to see something. You are not going to see what are these different padartha and how I can realize. No, you don't care. Everything is part of Maya. Everything is just illusion. You are just dreaming. You just wake up and realize. So that is the finest, most important thing as a Shruti. So to understand this Shruti, understand this Shabda Pramana, this 5 layer you need to go. What is Aham? What is Brahman? What is this Asmi? Tattvamasi, so that Jiva and Atman both are there, both are same. So that Lakshana Vakya, Arthapatti, everything. Now you are just playing with these words, Shabdas and their Arthas, and from there Jnana is going to happen. You don't need to go anywhere. You are closing your eye, all sense organ, all mental modifications of mind, everything, put it aside. They are going to laugh at you when you are coming to Vedantic knowledge. You are said, okay, I'm doing asanas and I'm doing pranayamas and I want to meditate. Then meditate on what? So meditate on this object. So object is illusionary. So you are wasting your energy of that is illusionary. You want to go in a dreaming state and said, I want to meditate. What? There is no need to meditate. You are in a wrong place. Just come to right place. You are only change of your state. And you realize you are in a different room. So you want to find something that free is another related item that is always available in kitchen. But you are in a bedroom. So you cannot go and, oh, I want to meditate and I want to see that realizations of that freeze. But you are in a wrong room. If you want to see reality, go to that right place. So that observer and observation and what is going to be observed. So that subjective reality is more important than objective reality itself. Only subject by this Shruti Pramana. So that is why this Mimansha is focusing on only Shruti. Shruti is only Veda or true. Anything else, just throw it aside. First sutra, Jaimini began his sutras with Athato Dharma Jigyasa. Now I want to know this Brahman. I want to know this Dharman. What is my Dharma? And when we are going on Uttar Mimansha, it will start with Athato Brahma Jigyasa. I want to know that Brahman. So Uttar Mimansha is later part. Once you are cleaning your jobs and duties with Dharma, you will go to second pair of Uttar Mimansha. Both will go together. So Dharma and Moksha. Dharma and Moksha both will be my mean of Purushartha. Artha and Kama, I don't need. Only I will do right duties, ethics, Dharma, Athato Dharma Jigyasa. I want to know what is my Dharma, what is Guna and Karma of Dharma. And once I'm established in Dharma, I'm also focusing on Brahman, Moksha. So Purva and Uttar Mimansha. Meaning of dharma, it is which that is 14, that is commanded by Vedas. You understand what is dharma? That whatever is given in Vedas are called as a dharma. So he wanted to give firm footing for that ritual, sacrifice that were being practiced. And he did this by invoking authority of Veda again. Other people, the Sankhyas and Mimansu and Nyaya, they have their separate philosophy. And they, when you are going more and more deeper, you forget from where they have started. They have this ground on this Veda. So come back to your roots. So once this dharma is defined, what is dharma? Veda pramana. Whatever is given in Vedas, it is my dharma. But how I can practice that? Okay, how it can be known? How I can know that dharma? Will it be known by all the valid means of knowledge? At this point, Mimansha entered into learned discussion on epistemology and introduced some very novel concepts. So let's see this Mimansha's view on epistemology. Means of valid knowledge, Mimansha on epistemology. Epistemology or theory of knowledge is an important subject in any philosophy. Elsewhere, we have discussed some aspect of Hindu philosophy discourse in epistemology. Mimansha make a very distinctive between valid and invalid knowledge. All cognition which bear directly upon their objects are valid, and cognition that bear indirectly on that object we call as invalid. So classification correspond to two broad division. One, we will have that anubhuti, apprehension, and smriti, remembrance. Mimansha regards all these remembrances, smriti, I have that experience in my past, I have this memory, invalid knowledge. Anubhuti, apprehension is valid means of knowledge in Purva Mimansha. Direct experience of this truth, subjective experience of self, pratyaksha pramana by your sense organ. Your sense organ is always going to give you wrong knowledge. That is also going to discuss in Purva and Uttar Mimansha. So this anubhuti pramana, anubhuti is pramana. Even though this Mimansha accept this 6 kind of proof regarding dharma with the exceptions of testimony of Shabda Pramana, is disregard or above all perception. Jaimini said, Samprayoge Purushasya Indriyana Buddhi Janmatat Pratyaksham Animittam Vidyamana and Upalabdhanat, meaning cognitions of man which proceed upon contact of senses organ with existing object is not mean of knowing your dharma, because it apprehends only object existing at the present time. Perception is right mean of knowledge only when the object exists at the time of that perceptions and is in direct contact with one or other sense organ. Neither condition is fulfilled by dharma. It is not that dharma exists always, rather it is brought about by certain act of agent, and neither it can be in a direct contact with a sense organ as it has no external tangible form. So how you can able to know that dharma by sense organ? When you are saying that sense organ, this objective experience, what are preconditions of objective experience? That subject should be there, means observer should be there to observe something. Another thing, that observer and that observed object should become in contact with each other, even though everything is existing. Right now, this existing of Eiffel Tower is existing. The object is there, subject is also there. Why you are not realizing that Eiffel Tower right now? You have that senses, you have that subjective experience faculty, valid means of knowledge. Do you have this sense organ? Say, yes, I have. that object is existing right now. So say yes, object is also there. Then why you are not realizing? Why you don't have any experience? Oh, it's very far, so I'm not contact with that. Okay, let me put you in contact. Even though you are in contact with object, subject, if your mind goes somewhere else, even though that object is in front of you, you are in contact, your sense organ is seeing, but you are not realizing. So that way is just putting aside all that pratyaksha, and in pratyaksha we are not accepting, we are not going to put as anumanas and other pramanas. And this dharma, this property of dharma, it's not like a physical form that, okay, there will be some human person called dharma, it's going to come and it will have this physical property, it will have some guna. So you cannot experience with this sense organ. So how you can able to have that anubhuti? It's only by Shruti Pramana. So this theory of knowledge is very important when we are going deeper in this very third and very subtler part of Darshana. So that knowledge be valid in three conditions. It should yield some new informations that previously it's not been known. If I'm realizing something, you said I'm anubhava, I'm doing that experience. So that experience is not coming from my previous experience. That will be smruti vritti. Smruti vritti, memory is not experience. So I'm drinking this tea. I know how the drinking a tea taste like. So that is not your experience, or that is not your knowledge. You are just passing your post expression or impressions of your smruti vritti. So then you don't need to experience that same tea again. If you have that experience, if you have that knowledge, why you are experiencing again? That should be some new experience. So first, that some new informations is going to be there. It should not be contradicted by any other means of knowledge, and condition which generate that knowledge should be free from all the defect. So two kind of knowledge, even the pratyaksha and paroksha anubhuti, immediate and that immediate paroksha from that pratyaksha. The later again 5 kind of anumana, upamana, shabda, aptavakya and artha prapti, anuplabdhi, all are added later on in Purva Mimansha. But in initial stage is always focusing on anubhuti as a pramana, because it's taking ground of Uttar Mimansha. When you are going to higher dimensions of Vedic Darshana, Vedanta, you should have only Shabda Pramana. So that is why, to create this ground, Purva Mimansha said, okay, what is theory of knowledge and how you can get, and said, okay, whatever other Darshanas are believing, we are believing that right now, because we are on part of theoretical and analytical understanding. So that is why it says, okay, as a valid means of knowledge, we are, as a theoretical part, we are going to accept all 6 means: pratyaksha, anumana, upamana, artha prapti, anupalabdhi, and shabda pramana. And later, when we go on Uttar Mimansha, we are going to destroy all this 1 to 5. And we are just putting focus on Shabda Pramana. So to give this guide, you first said, okay, we want Pratyaksha. Before that said, okay, what are defect of Pratyaksha Pramana? And because of defect of Pratyaksha, the Anuman is also defected. And there is no need to upaman. But right now we are just focusing on theoretical understanding. We are accepting the 6 means of knowledge as a part of Purva Mimansha: Pratyaksha, Anumana, Upamana, Artha Prapti, postulations, some presumptions, and Anuplabdhi, something is non-existent. Some part is in Vedas, some part is now it's become not available, it's not existence. Avyakta, yeah, we are also going to put as a valid means of knowledge. And Shabda Pramana, because we are just doing analyzing. So
So what
source
is
of
Artha Prapti?
Huh?
Artha Prapti.
What is Artha Prapti?
Implication. So artha prapti is a presumptions we are. So presumption we are going to make a postulation property. So we have this shabda, and according to shabda we will have some artha, because what my focus is from shabda, artha and jnana. So when we first start with any shabda, say for apple. So apple is a shabda, that okay, this apple. And actual artha, actual postulations that is going to be come to you, it's become your artha, that perfect meaning of what that shabda is all about. So shabda and artha prapti, that material or the actual guna you are going to understand. It will come as a artha patti. We are going to discuss in more detail each and everything here in Purva Mimansha. So pratyaksha, perception, anumana, inferences, shabda means verbal testimony. Upamana, that we already said, we will do some comparison and then trying to say, okay, have you seen this particular type of apple? No, but you have seen this this red type of apple. So it is similar like this. So upamana. Arthapatti, implication. By Prabhakaran is explained very greatly of arthapatti, means of knowledge, and we will don't have non-apprehension. So Kumarila has put this anuplabdhi as a valid means of knowledge. There are some smruti vritti and some aithya, some rumors are not putting as a valid source of knowledge. So these are added in Purva Mimansa, Shabda Pramana by Jaimini, and Prabhakaran put this Arthapatti and Kumarin, but Anuplabdhi as also valid means of Pramana in Purva Mimansha. So let's focus on perception, pratyaksha pramana in Purva Mimansha. Direct apprehension and is proceed directly from sense contact. Perception related to object that is existing right now, means is perceptible by this sense organ. Mental perceptions by which there is the cognitions of pleasure, pain, and like, dislike is admitted by Mimansha also. So it's direct pratyaksha pramana. There are physical and some mental perception is also added in Mimansha Darshana. It cannot apprehend supersensual object. Thus all those object in which there is no sensory contact belonging, if something is in past or future or something is distance, cannot produce cognition of that. So the apprehend supersensual object, they are putting as a in this pratyaksha pramana, they are putting why and what are valid pratyaksha pramana or valid perception. Mental perception they are accepting. So this is what something is in general. It is awareness of something, of sense organ, nirvikalpa pratyaksha, and then we will go more and more detail of savikalpa pratyaksha. Anumana, inferences. So inferences depend on the knowledge of certain fixed relation to subsit between these two things. Thus, if one of these things is perceived by inferences, the idea about the other can be cognized. So type of pratyaksha to drashta, where the invariable relations hold between two objects which are perceptible as smoke and fire that we already seen in Nyaay Darshana. Another is samanya to drashta, that is pratyaksha to drashta, that they have seen this relation between smoke and fire already before. So we can say that, okay, you are seeing smoke. Yes. And have you seen that relation is smoke and fire? Yes. So if, even though you are not seeing fire, but if smoke is there, you accept that you are seeing fire. So convince your mind that this is fire, and accept that as a truth of fire. Samanya to drashta, where the relation is not apprehended by sense organ, but known only in abstract. Say, for example, as in the case of sun's motion, and it's always changing in this direction. So Samanya, you know that, okay, this is changing of direction, something is changing, it's not fixed. So there are some gun dharma, some relations, but that is not very abstract. I cannot always going to see that this movement is happening. That the relation must be unfailing, true, and it should be permanent. It's not, okay, right now this relation of cause and effect are happening. It should be always permanent, such as that which substitute between the cause and its effect, whole and part, substance and quality, class and their individual should be there. Then you can use this second part as a anumana, as a valid source of knowledge. So anumana, knowledge of things directly. When we see some linga, some sign invariably connected with the originals, we can use as a anumana. Upamana, comparison, that is another source of knowledge. On seeing a rat, one another source of knowledge. On seeing a rat, one recollect that it is like a mouse he had seen earlier with this smruti vikti. He then comes to know that the remembrance mouse is like a perceived that rat. This type of knowledge come through upamana pramana. So you have this smruti vritti, you have these realizations before, and the same time, same thing of comparative knowledge, you can say, okay, then it should be like that. So you are putting some imagination, some previous smruti vritti, and completing your understanding. So this is always happening right now. Whatever we are conceived as a brain is conceived as a reality, all this inbuilt functionality of a brain and mind. But because this is always happening unconsciously and in a so rapid speed, we are not saying why I am accepting this as a truth, why brain is accepting this as a truth, why brain is accepting this dreaming as a reality. So because this inbuilt functionality, because of these karmas and sanskaras, this pratyaksh anumana upamana, pratyaksh anumana upamana, we are accepting as a valid means of knowledge.
Sir, what will be the difference between Anuman and Upman then?
See, Anuman is, we have this permanent relationship. Right now is perceivable. See, so this Anumana is that, okay, this fire and smoke, both are perceivable. Perceivable of what? Pratyaksha pramana. So Anumana's ground is always Pratyaksha. Okay. Upamana can be not a ground of a Pratyaksha pramana. That is more on a ground of a smruti pramana. Whatever you have realized before, this is more on a pratyaksha pramana. Right now you are seeing fire. There will be no fire, there is no smoke. Both are not there. Here only one thing is still perceivable, right? You have that smoke right now in front of you. But there you don't have both physical parties. You don't have fire, you don't have this smoke. And everything is just in a smruti. And you are believing, okay, this is good and this is bad, and all these properties of upamana. You're just going with this flow, just comparing and accepting. But comparison is with what? Here is very great thing of cause and effect. Cause and effect relationship is there. So this is more valid source of knowledge. Anumana, that is more valid source of knowledge. Say, for example, I'm going to give you that this special types of apple that has been called as a Jammu apple or a Kashmiri apple, but someone have never ever experienced in their pratyaksha pramana, never ever experienced that, okay, what that Kashmiri apple look like. So I am going to give another type of apple that is not Kashmiri apple. So in a pratyaksha, what I am going to give in a direct experience, some another type of apple. So say this apple, and or I will give some mango. So see this mango, and this apple's shape is like mango and color is like a regular apple. So that type of apple we called as Kashmiri apple, as a upamana. So in Pratyaksh, you are not going to see that, you are just imagine and imagine of previous vrittis of smruti, but that is your never ever direct experience of that particular thing. Here you have one experience, either cause or effect. Here what we are doing, we are have direct experience of effect is always there. That I can see this smoke, but there you don't have direct experience of that objective knowledge at all. Okay, that is called as a upamana. So it's a third tier. Very, if you don't have pratyaksh and anumana, you said, okay, I'm going to use as a upamana, just to do some comparisons and analogy, just to convince some person that it is look like this, but this is not that. Hmm?
Yes. Clear. Thank you.
Shabda Pramana, you see, always we are now going to focus on Shabda Pramana. Once we convince with this Shabda Pramana, all other means of knowledge, we need to take it aside. Because in Uttar Mimansha, we will only focus on Shabda, verbal testimony. It's the only source of knowledge. Aham Brahmasmi Tattvamasi. So what is this word? What are these Aptavakya? So Paurushya, personal, same as Aptavakya, and Apaurushya. Someone is telling, some master is telling to you as a Shabdavakya, or that is Apaurushya, that is in only available in Vedas. Both Shabdas are acceptable. And more detail we are going to give in when we go in Uttar Mimansha. What this Shabda is all about. Arthapatti, postulation, presumption. We are just presume, we are just assume that, for instance, if a person is noticed to be getting fat, so I am seeing this fattiness. If someone is have this the fat, even though he doesn't eat during the day, so in my real experience, I'm not seeing that he's eating pizzas or junk food, but the result is coming very different. He's always, whenever I'm go, he's always drinking juices and fruits and everything. So it should be become slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. But it's becoming fat. It can, so we can just presume that he is secretly eating at night. We are seeing someone reading all the time from morning to evening. I said, okay, he's reading and then trying to see that what are these concepts and writing notes and all the time. But when they appear in the exam and the results come, that's it, he or she is failed in that exam. I am seeing, so I'm not finding that relationship, cause and effect, because this cause and effect is going to be that anumana, the pramana that we are using is falsifying here. That type of experience we are having, that I am seeing this smoke, and when I am going to see, there is no fire. So how that smoke is coming? Either that will be no fire. If there will be no fire, then there should be no smoke. And if there is a fire, there should be some smoke. So if someone is reading all the time, then it should, minimum, it should be clear the exam. So if that effect, now I'm seeing that effect, if someone is fail in that exam, so we need to presume that he or she was not reading that actual textbook or is not reading properly. So by seeing that success factor, that okay, I am working so hard, but if you are failure, we assume that you are not working properly. So that is, we just assuming something by arthapatti. Whatever that earth, whatever that final result we are having, we are assuming something. So that is called arthapatti. Is again different that anumana pramana, that cause and effect. This is, we are not seeing that thing. See that anumana, only one mean of knowledge, it is coming as my direct perceptions. And so what is difference between arthapatti and anumana? In anumana, you are seeing that smoke. Have you seen him eating at night? No. So that praman is also not there. You are just assuming. So maybe you are wrong. Maybe he has some hereditary problems. Maybe he or she has some thyroid problem. Maybe he or she has some other. You are just assuming. So that will be very later type of knowledge. It's a fifth degree stages type of knowledge. That is called as a arthapatti. Assumptions. You are putting your assumption. So assumption is coming again from your smruti vritti or your past experience. Part experience may be direct experience or maybe indirect experience. You have just anumana. So we are not taking that much of consideration, but in some cases, if there is a pratyaksha and anumana, shabda pramana is not there, we can say, okay, use arthapatti as a valid means of knowledge. See, that is why arthapatti is distinctive, since it cannot be got by any other means. Then and then we are using this arthapatti. Otherwise, we are not using this arthapatti. Anupalabdhi, non-existence, non-perception, also been accepted as a source of knowledge, since it gives the immediate cognitions of non-existence of an object. It is very easy that if it is found that a jar which had been kept on a table earlier and is not perceived now, so I can say that it is not existence right now. So when I'm using this non-existent is a relative term of existence. So to see that changing of time and space, something was existent before, if that pratyaksha pramana I have, and later period of time, if I go on same space and same time period later on, if that is not there, I can use as a anumana and come as an anupalabdhi, said, okay, it is not here, it is non-existence at this moment and it at this space. So that relative means of knowledge. So okay, jar is not there. I'm not just going to, okay, jar is not there. It's become non-existence. I need to put more relative. Jar is not on this table at 9 a.m. in the morning. So maybe jar is at another location. So it's maybe in a kitchen or maybe on another table. So non-existence. So you are not maybe finding that, okay, someone said, okay, go look into that particular location and then find that jar. So you have that relation between that location and time and that particular object of reality. But if you are looking on wrong, they are saying that, okay, look on white table, and you are looking on similar type of white table that is next to that actual white table, and said, okay, I am not finding that jar. It's always happening. Or someone said, okay, where is my phone? So I'm said, oh, phone is no there. It's not become non-existent. So it's not anupalabdhi. I'm not able to find it. It is there, but yeah, I'm not able to find it because I don't have that particular locations. I am not able to realize myself. Anupalabdhi, anaupalabdhi. So self is there. I'm not saying self is not there. I'm not saying Atma is not there. But I don't have that capability, subjective capability. I don't have proper directions. I don't have proper knowledge. That is why it's become anaupalabdhi. But when I have that others, pratyaksha, anumana, upamana, other means of valid knowledge with that anaupalabdhi can become upalabdhi. So just to make as a pointer that I haven't find my phone, so I just put it down. And once I will come back again with more new information that can become as existence. So that also we are putting as a valid means of knowledge. See, these all we are using more on a Uttar Mimansha, Anuplabdhi in a, when we do in analyzing of a Vedas, that is also we are using, but more deeper we will go in a Uttar Mimansha. So Anupalabdhi, non-existence. Purva Mimansha, goal, mokshas and liberations. Sorry. The goal of Mimansha is to provide enlightenment on dharma only, not on moksha. So in Hinduism, dharma is the religious and moral law governing individual conduct and is on the four end of life. Purushartha, which is the school is understood as the set of rituals, obligations and prerogative that if properly performed, maintain the harmony of the world and further the personal goal of performance. Since dharma cannot be known through either perceptions or reasoning, one must depend on revelations in Vedas, which are considered as eternal, authorless, and absolute. Moksha, they are putting as a mere knowledge cannot give freedom from bondage, which can be attained only by execution of some action. So in here, because it is karmavada, it's putting more focus on karma. So it's okay, I want moksha, I want liberation, I don't want to do this day-to-day life jobs and work. So it's a action pradhana, karma pradhana. You need to do actions. So knowledge prevents further accumulations of merits and demerit, not that karma in expectations of reward leads to further birth. So what type of karma you need to do? Theory of karma, it's greatly explained to attain moksha. A person's like and dislikes determine his future existence in a plane of karmic life. He must break through the circle of wants and attain release. Liberation is cessation of pleasure as well as of pain. It is not a state of bliss, since the attributeless soul cannot have even bliss. So in a moksha, blissfulness is also not acceptable when you are going as a Sachidananda Sarupa iti Atma. Moksha, when you are in a liberated, you will have ultimate Anandam, so that the gunas, attributes is also not going to be there. It's everything is shunya, nothing is going to be there, no experience at all. So moksha is simply the natural form of the soul and represents the state of Atman in itself, free from all the pain. So this is part of our highest good, that is in a Purva Mimansha is called as a Nihashreyas. Nihashreyas, that's highest dharma if you perform, that is called as a moksha or total cessations. Concept of dharma in Mimansha, Jaimini define dharma as a good which is of the nature of command. Dharma can be revealed by the Vedic perceptions only. It is not apprehended by this pratyaksha, anumana, upamana, not a valid means of knowledge for dharma. Concept of God in Purva Mimansha posits a number of Vedic deities. There are lots of gods and goddesses. It's already they are going to offers. Through these deities are seen as possessing some sort of realities. You can able to see God Saraswati and Mahesha and Krishna and Rama. They making offering. God and Brahmana, basically the creator, as well as appropriate of fruits, and Purva Mimansa emphasis is on the ethical side, dharmic side and ethical side. They are putting what God is righteous, also dharmic. So what is fundamental property of God? That will be dharma. The Veda reveal the mind of God. So if you want to know what is God, what is mind of God, how God functions, read Vedas. Ishvaras or God. What is soul, self, and Atmana according to Purva Mimansha? So Mimansha concepts of soul. The soul is an eternal, infinite substance which is related to a real body in real world, and it survives death to be able to reap the consequence of its action that is performed here. So consciousness is not essence of soul. So Sat, Chit and Ananda. Chitta, consciousness, and Ananda both are not properties of Atman. There are many souls as there are many individuals. So multiple souls, multiple jivas are accepted as a part of Purva Mimansha. What is Atman? So Mimansik think that the Atman is one with, that is going with consciousness. Therefore the self is regarded as distinct form that from the body, the senses and understanding as a buddhi. So self is present even when buddhi is absent, because when we are going into sleep, Atman is also there. The Atman self is also not the senses, since it's persist even when sense organs are destroyed. So it's beyond the sense organ and beyond buddhi. With consciousness, Atma receives. So this is soul or Atma. Nature of reality, how this Purva Mimansha seeing as a metaphysics and natures of realities. So this Mimansha philosophy they are using as a bhava. There are some something is bhava, something is existential, and something is abhava. There is negations and there are some positions. So in bhava, they say these are all substances: earth, water, fire, air, ether, time, direction, space, soul, mind, darkness, sound are substances. They have quality, same that we have seen in Vaisheshik Darshana, same in Purva Mimansha. They all the substances will have qualities, and quality they have some actions, and there are some samanya gunas, that is superior, inferior. Vishesha guna is only part of a Vaisheshik Darshana. And this abhava, negation, prior negation, utter destruction, absolute negations, and mutual negations is given in Mimansha philosophy. So nature of reality is Mimansha theory of perception assumes the reality of object. For perceptions arise only when there is a contact with real objects. So that perceptions, so only sense organ, only subject and object are there. It's not someone needs to go in contact with that object, then and then that reality is going to happen. So that part of sanyoga, that is also very unique part of yoga philosophy, is coming from here. The root is Purva Mimansha, that sanyoga should be there. That object is there, subject is there. If object is somewhere else, timing different is there, space different is there, there will be no reality, there will be no anubhuti, because here Mimansha anubhuti is first pramana. All other pramana, everything comes later. That understanding, that knowledge, how you can have that knowledge, how you acquire knowledge by anubhuti. Universe is real and is independent of mind, which perceives it. So thus the theory of phenomenality of the world is not acceptable. When we go in a Uttar Mimansha, we have this another types of philosophy that world, these objects are created, or these perceptions are created subjectively. So because of mind, this matter are there. Because I have this sankalpa, I want to realize this sansara. That is why the sansara, this material manifestations is there. If I don't have that sankalpa, then there will be no matters. So that will come later stage of Uttar Mimansha. The real can be described in terms of 8 categories as part of Purva Mimansha. Dravya, substances that we already seen in Vaisheshik Darshana, Dravya, Guna, Karma, Samanya, then inheritance, Paratantrata, there are some force, there are some Sadrashyata, there are some Sankhyas that we already, and there are some similarities. So there are 8 substances that we are going to see as a part of natural realities. concept of dharma is very core concept in Purva Mimansha. So dharma or ethics is scheme of right living. Jaimini defines dharma as an audience or command. Dharma is what is enjoyed and it leads to happiness. Activities which results in loss or pain are not dharmas. So dharma can be known only from Vedas. Even though Mimansha accepts 6 kind of proof regarding dharma, with the exception of testimony, Shabda Pramana, it disregard all other things. So other objective knowledge you can have Pratyaksha, Anumana, Upamana and or Arthapapti, but when you come as a knowledge of dharma, knowledge of absolute sense of dharma, Atman, only Shabda Pramanas. सत संप्रयोगे पुरुषस्य इंद्रियाणां बुद्धि जन्म तत् प्रत्यक्षम अनिमित्तम विद्यमान उपलब्धनाथ. So dharma can only know by Vedas. That is, apurva acts are enjoyed with view of their fruits. So something is not existent, something we cannot able to see, but we can see from their fruits. So there is a necessary connection between the act and their result. So there are some adrashta, there are some avyakta, unmanifested form. Then also we need to use this all as a apurva. So an act performed today cannot effect a result at some future date. So unless it gives a rise before passing away to some unseen result. Jaimini assumed the existence of such an unseen force are there, which he calls apurva. So this apurva is also very unique theory Jaimini is putting forward. This apurva, some another existing force that we cannot able to see or perceive, but it is there beside these all cause and effect realities. Literature, we know that Jaimini Sutras in 12 elaborate chapters laid the foundations of Purva Mimansha. Sabar Swami wrote the major commentary, Bhashyas on this world. The two most important are Kumaril Bhattas and Prabhakara, who founded the two schools of Mimansha. The philosophy of Mimansha school may be discussed under 3 heads of namely theory of knowledge, metaphysics, religion and theology. Jaimini, Subraswamy, Kumaril Bhatt, Prabhakaran. Uttar Mimansha, Vedanta. Uttar Mimansha is the Vedanta, and Vedanta means Upanishads, nothing else. It is the most influential Astik Darshana orthodox philosophical system of India. Upanishads are the concluding part of the Vedas. They expound the supreme philosophical knowledge. The word Vedanta usually refer to the Upanishads. The word is compounded as Veda and Anta. It means concluding portions of Vedas. So Veda Vyasa elaborate on Upanishadic philosophy. Veda Vyasa is also known as a Badrayana. Badrayana's work is known as a Brahma Sutras or Vedanta Sutras. It is also referred as a Uttar Mimansha Sutras. This Brahma Sutras has 555 sutras. Shankaracharya, Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, these have extensive bhashyas on this Brahma Sutras or commentary on Brahma Sutras. Vedanta is the Jnana Kanda of Vedas, also called Uttar Mimansa, because it totally accepts Purva Mimansa to achieve the dharma by performing karmas. But the ultimate goal is to realizations of Brahman, Atman, that is called moksha. So 3 major schools of Vedanta based on the philosophy is Advaita, that is by Shankaracharya ji, non-dualism. Vishesh Advaita, qualified, but again Advaita, Ramanujacharya. And the third is Dvaita, Madhvacharya. Same as a Sankhya, we have 2 different separate entity, Purusha and Prakriti. Same Madhvacharya is putting as a Dvaitism, dualism. So Vedanta Darshana, Maharshi Vedvyas, 3 tradition, Advaita, Dvaita and Visishta Advaita. So this is conclusion part of Darshana, the philosophical understanding of Nyaya Vaisheshika come together, and Sankhya Yoga, and Mimansha, and Advaita are coming together. What is God, what is self, what are different pramana, what are psychology, what is enumerations is given on a cosmological side. Everything we just need to be compile formed. So this is a darshana, astik darshana part, the sixth element of Indian philosophy of a Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaay, Vaisheshika, and Mimansha is completed. So this is Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Purva Mimansha, Uttar Mimansha, Sankhya, and Yoga are total 6 darshana has come as Shad Darshanas. So Darshana Shastras, epistemology, nature of knowledge, number of source, valid knowledge, Nyaya, Vaisheshika more focus on 4 as a Shabda Pramana, Pratyaksh Anumana, and Upamana. Sankhya and Yoga only focusing on 3 source of knowledge, that is Veda, Shabda Pramana, Pratyaksh, and Anumana. Mimansha, they are putting on Mimansha because there are 2-3 different schools, but we are putting on Kumaril Bhatta's school that putting as a 6 type of knowledge, that is Shabda, perception, inference, analogy, presumption, and non-apprehensible. Advaita is also putting the 6 number of sources, but mostly they put as a Shabda as a Pramana. And in Vedanta is also we are only putting as a Advaita, Visishta Advaita, Advaita we are not considering right now. Ontology or nature of reality. So this pluralism, so Nyaya and this Vaisheshikam is said there are many gods and many souls and lots of atoms. It's making this reality, time and space and mind. In Sankhya Yoga, there is only 2 dualism, Purusha Prakriti, Purusha Prakriti. So this dualism of reality, nature of reality, Mimansha is again pluralistic side. And the theology of nature of God, it's a God is supreme in the Nyaya Vaisheshika. In Sankhya Yoga, it's not putting as a supreme reality, even though they put in a yoga as a Ishvara Tattva, but they are just putting as a non creator part. It will have no vrittis. It's even the Purusha Vishesha, but it is not a creator. And in this Mimansha also, they are not putting as a single supreme God, but they are putting some limited spirits. There are some divine gods and others, but they have limited power, not the 100% of power. And Advaita, only one God because it's a non-dualistic, that is Brahman, nothing else. And cosmology, if they are talking about the nature of universe, creator, God, and in a Sankhya, it is a self-evolved. Other, we don't have any God. Vedanta, we have, that is only Brahman. Nature of soul is number of souls. In Nyaya Vaisheshika, there are infinite jivas. And Sankhya Yoga also, there are infinite jivas. Everyone, they have number of souls. And unique identifications in Nyaya Vaisheshika, they have this Vishesha Pramana. In Sankhya, they have identical. And nature of salvations, how you can able to attain through knowledge. Nyaya Vaisheshika. In Sankhya Yoga, you need to meditate on, do a sadhana pradhana. And in Mimansha, it is more on a Vedic rituals. And in Vedanta, more like on a Brahman knowledge. So this is Nyaya, Gautama Nyaya Sutra. It's a logical quest for God. It's tells that the material power, Maya, with the help of God becomes the universe. Vaisheshika by Kanada, It's also in the same 6th BC. It is coming original book as a Vaisheshik Sutras. It aims to receive happiness in this life, and finally ultimate liberation through the attachment of true knowledge of that divine. It is called as a materialistic Vaisheshika. Nyaya is more spiritualistic. Sankhya materialistic. Kapila Muni 6th BC. Sankhya Sutras or Sankhya Karika is also there. So it also explain the aim of Sankhya is to eliminate all kind of physical and mental pain, dukkha traya nivrutti, and receive liberation. So yoga is more on a spiritual perspective. Patanjali 2nd BC Yoga Sutra explained that by following this yogic technique, control the body, mind, and sense organ, which will lead to salvations or moksha. Purva Mimansha Jaimini 4th BC Purva Mimansha Sutra is there. The essence of the system according to Jaimini is only and only that dharma. Moksha is not there, and which is the dispenser of fruits of one's action. Dharma, the law of rightful actions, the systems lay stress on ritualistic part of Veda, that is Purva Mimansa. And Vedanta Sutras, Uttar Mimansa Maharshi Vyada 4th BC. Uttar Mimansa Sutra explained that Brahma Sutra is for the person who has that real deep desires to know God. True revelation could only be attained by lovingly surrendering to that Brahman. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.